Okay, call to order. We have a quorum. May we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Whitman.
Present.
Councilmember Lang.
Present.
Mayor Sticks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Thank you all for being here. It's great to see such a big crowd tonight, and welcome to the February 14th, 2023 meeting of the Ojai City Council. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you. Let's make it about love tonight. James, would you please say the pledge?
All right, please join me in standing, right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, James. And in the spirit of love, happy Valentine's to all of you. Let's all take a deep breath and remember that we are all connected and we all are here because we love our town. So everybody can take a deep inhale. Exhale. We may disagree on policies. We need to remember, though, that we're all connected and members of the same beloved community. To quote RBG, you can disagree without being disagreeable. So if we want a kinder and more loving Ojai, then it needs to start with each one of us right here. So let's model civility and kindness for our kids and be the change that we really want to see in the world. And it's so nice to see some kids here, so thank you for showing up. As all of you know, or most of you know probably, council meetings are the city's board meetings, and it's a time for us to do business and give direction to staff so that staff can do its work. We want to create and maintain an atmosphere in our meetings in which we can attend to business efficiently, fairly, and civilly. I ask that we all strive to be our most gracious selves and focus on policies versus personalities. To that end, please refrain from side conversations, clapping, and of course, booing. Please turn off your phones, and if you need to talk, please go outside. And just a reminder, it's very hard to hear up here when there's side conversations. So if you could refrain from that, that would be wonderful. Before we approve the agenda, I just want to make a few comments about the agenda. We owe it to our community here to take care of business. There were several dozen people who came to the January 24th meeting to speak to the council about rent stabilization and a clean energy code. A lot of these people have never been to a city council meeting and came expressly to talk about those two issues. The original plan on the 24th was for the council to hear those two items before discussion of the referendum of the proposed development of Cottages Among the Flowers and the Mallory Way bungalows. The council voted to change the order of the agenda and hear the item about the referendum first. Though the people who came to speak on rent stabilization and a clean energy code waited for several hours, they never had the opportunity to speak to the council on these items. Therefore, in an effort to address the fact that people were not able to speak to the council about rent stabilization and a clean energy code at the last meeting, I decided to put these items at the front of the agenda right after the consent calendar. This is my recommendation so that we can take care of city business, and both of these items are really pressing. The council will decide, so I'm hopeful that a council majority will support this change in the agenda for the reasons that I mentioned. So is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Mayor, I want to make a motion to reorganize the agenda. This will come as no surprise to you. I believe I've been on the council, this is my 11th year. I've never seen, and someone can correct me if I'm mistaken, I've never seen the items moved to the end of the agenda. There is a compromise, there's different ways to handle this. There can be a time certain that could be earlier in the evening. We have tried that, it also failed. But I also want to remind you that the reason we did not get to those two items was because you insisted on delaying the referendum from the previous meeting, the discussion on the referendum. That's correct. You wanted, there were 3 votes to bring that item back. We could have voted on it that night because the votes didn't change. Also, I left early because I was sick, so the meeting ended. If I had been well, we could have definitely covered the REACH code. And thirdly, we spent maybe an hour giving police awards, photographs, refreshments, things that we could have done prior to the meeting. So you cannot simply hold the public comment, which I believe was either 29 minutes or 46 minutes, I forget. That alone was not responsible for that we didn't get to those two items. And I think that that at least bears discussion. So is there a motion? I'm going to make a motion to bring, first of all, I have a question of the city attorney. For example, if there's, can the timing of public comments be slightly tweaked? Like if there's only 3 public comments, say from Ron Soloris from the library, people who have public announcements who are not planning to wait till 10:30 or whenever we can get to it, if Mayor Sticks sees only a few public comments, could you possibly reconsider? Also, is this for just tonight or is this a permanent thing? I think people would like to know that.
I rearranged it so that we can get through these very 2 crucial items tonight. So,
So it's not necessarily for future
no.
meetings?
Do you have a motion?
Yes, my motion is, well, before I make my motion, I wanted to know how many public comments there are. For tonight, yeah.
I can count the, well, I don't,
Okay,
you can see them, they're right here.
okay, I see that.
So-
Yes, my
so-
motion is that I feel that, I understand your reasoning, and I also want to get to those items, but I want to definitely make clear that we can't blame the public for speaking at the last meeting for the delay. That's not solely their fault. There were many factors that went into the delay, and those things happen. It's not uncommon. So yes, my motion is that we move public comments back to the beginning of the agenda with the awareness that we have very important city business. So if I get a council majority vote to go in that direction, please keep your comments as concise as possible. Don't use this to air out any grievances. Don't repeat things that have already been said. But if there's something important that's a public comment, we have no way of knowing until the public speaks. And we can limit the time. Some of the county organizations limit the time for public comments. We can do that. There's different ways to handle it besides going to the end of the meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I have a point of order. So if I second it, is there a place for discussion? Are we discussing it, or do I discuss it before I second it?
Once seconded, then the motion can be discussed.
Okay, so if it's seconded, then the motion is discussed.
Correct. Or can
Thank
be
you.
discussed.
Okay.
Okay, you second the motion? Yes? Is that a yes or yes?
Yes, I'm going to second the motion.
Okay. Any comments or, could we have a roll call, please?
No,
Oh,
I have comments. I just wanted to see if any of my other council folks had anything to say, because I'd like to hear it before we vote. I'd like to know sort of your rationale for voting. However you vote, I think it's the public has a right to know why you're voting to change a process which I think we all agree is going to stifle public comment. We know that that's the point because the mayor said, it really there was too much public comment. It took too long. We couldn't get to the items. I agree with Councilperson Francina. That is a red herring. That is not what happened at all. But okay, anybody can say what, sure. But what happens is that unagendized items are the only way the public can speak to us. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with my phone. I don't get phones. It is the only way the public can actually address us as an entity. It is the only time and the only way that they can do that. And we are now saying we're going to put that at the end of the meeting. Let's see. I have the
And we're going to
time.
spend more time on discussion.
Please, no crosstalk, and can we finish this so we can move
Yes,
forward?
yes. So, yes, Councilperson Francina, you're right. We are going to spend more time talking about it because it's very, very important. The mayor decided unilaterally, not discussing it, at least with me or with any other council person that I know, that we would change the order of things. It was on the agenda. It was never spoken to the public. The public would have had to get the agenda, look at the agenda, and notice that there was a change. That is a little bit difficult. So we now have a public who was not aware for the most part. There was a little bit of a brouhaha about this because it was so different than the way things happened, and it was so immediate and it was so unilateral. You and I, the first time we talked about potentially changing and updating and figuring out a way to make these council meetings more efficient. And that was one of the things that we discussed, but we never got back to it, and you just unilaterally said, that's what we're going to do. That's problematic in my book. I know that you have the right to do it. I know it's in the protocols, but it's problematic. So my point, no, I'm not done yet. Thank you very much. This is my time, and I'm going to do it. This is huge. This is not small. This is huge. And it deserves us a talk about it when the mayor decides that the public is now going to be put at the end of a meeting. Disabled people, people with kids, people who don't stay up late, all of those people are affected by this. And once again, it is only in the first non-agendized item that the public can actually speak directly to us. And to say, you know, I'm looking at the times, the council meeting on January 10th was 3 hours and 42 minutes. You're going to make people wait 3 hours and 42 minutes? You know, it's just so unfair. And finally, I will say the public comment on 110 was 37 minutes. It wasn't hours and hours. And the city council meeting on 124, the meeting was 4 hours and 46 minutes. Public comment was 26 minutes. So I have to ask, what is the real idea behind putting public comment at the end? The REACH code is great, and we understand it, but the REACH code is not something that's going to change the world today or tomorrow. We know that. The REACH code we had 3 houses built in the last 5 years. It's not going to affect anything. It does not have the urgency that you say it does. We should pass it. Yes, but it doesn't have the urgency, and neither does the rent stabilization have the urgency that you were talking about. So I find both of those arguments to be uncredible at the very least. And once again, what you're doing is unilaterally deciding that the public can wait 3 hours and 42 minutes to make unagendized comments, the only time they can do that, or 4 hours and 46 minutes to do that. So I once again, I have to ask, where is the logic in this? And I will tell you overwhelmingly, if you look at the public comments, they do not agree. They do not want this to happen.
I would like to remind you, Councilmember Rule, that actually in our first discussion, we did talk about limiting the amount of time.
We talked about, yeah.
Please don't interrupt me.
I apologize.
That council members
Yes, I
can talk.
apologize.
So could we let the other council members speak now?
I asked them if they had something to say. That was my first thing to say was, did you have anything to say? So it's not like I'm not letting them speak.
Mm-hmm.
I said, do my council members have anything to say?
Thank you. Rachel.
Okay. All right.
Could we please have quiet? Thank you.
All right. So this is the reason why the people who came here for REACH codes and rent stabilization didn't get to talk. Because the political theater that one of the public comments made a comment about last time took over the entire meeting, and it was awful. And we have the next generation sitting in this room. Hi. And honestly, I think the perspective that REACH codes and rent stabilization are not important is coming from a position of privilege. I'm sorry. But, you know.
Just a reminder, and
Yeah.
I appreciate your enthusiasm. You can use jazz hands with no clapping. Thank you.
Because there are lots of people that I spoke to when I was canvassing who are concerned every day they rent. They're concerned every day about being priced out of their homes. There are families who care about the air that their children are breathing. I think these are important. And I think, let's put this all in context. 40,000 families just lost their lives. Their families lost their loved ones in Turkey and Syria. We know that water and floods leads to earthquakes and rain, and fire, rather. We know that our community faces real threats within the next 2 years. And so if we can get through these things, if we can get through rent stabilization, if we can get through these items that we've had on the agenda for weeks, if we can get through these, we can address some of the real concerns that we have facing us. And so I hear you. I'm the last person who wants to shut down the public. In fact, there's a place on my website where you can sign up, individuals can sign up for time to meet with me. I love hearing from you. I love sitting down and having coffee with you. The last thing I want to do is shut people down, but that's what this whole dysfunction in this council did last time for the people who were here, restaurant owners waiting for hours to speak about commercial kitchens. And I can't vote to change the agenda. So I'm a no.
Okay, Andy, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I don't agree at all that moving the place in the agenda for public comment is shutting down the public from being able to comment. If they're giving public comment, they're not allowed to speak on an agenda item. So there's no reason that the agenda items don't get resolved first. I think that at our next session, I believe that at least the plan is that we're going to have kind of a organizational planning type of a item.
We're discussing that date today. but yeah.
And I think that would be an appropriate time to talk. I agree with Council Member Lang that it seems like we can't start a meeting. Every meeting we attempt to start is derailed. And then, at the last meeting, I can't even remember what the topic was.
Suing me.
But there was a whole bunch of,
It was.
Councilmember Rule, I'm going to give you a warning because there's no crosstalk. So
You're
could you
right. You're
please
absolutely
stop?
correct.
And
I
please,
apologize.
Could you wait till
My
I
bad.
finish my sentence
Yes.
until you speak? That would be lovely. Thank you.
well, if you're going to characterize it like that, violation of the Brown Act, okay? Communicating, privileged communication, which one of your supporters said was grounds for firing somebody in a private organization. We don't have that option. But I do remember very distinctly that we were discussing some item and the comments from the the two proponents of this reordering of the agenda was that we needed to get past whatever we were talking about and get to the real items on the agenda. But then when it was determined that we were removing that item from the agenda, and there were people coming up from the public who wanted to still speak about the item that was removed from the agenda, you said it was very important that we continue with that, to the exclusion of those people who came for things that we were actually going to hear. So I think that it would be very important for us to move forward on actual items of city business, and we can delay whatever theater production that you're planning for tonight until after we conduct some business.
Quiet, please. And I just want to thank you for the jazz hands. Please no booing, though. And just to reiterate, my motivation is to take care of city business, to take care of the people in our town, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We've already wasted time by in terms of rent stabilization. We could have gotten going on that already. And as we know, every day we hear stories of people being gentrified out of their homes, pushed out of their rentals, and the rents are going up. So I think it's really, really important for all of us to commit to getting things done. So we have a motion, we have a second.
Point of order?
Yes.
No one denies that these two issues are not important. but to spring a topic, to suddenly change, you've got to expect that people are questioning it. I don't know how you could not have foreseen that. By the time we get done with the discussion, public comments could have been over. Public comments are not, this is abnormal, the kind of public comments we're hearing now. I've never, in all the years I've been on the council, had this level, these kind of public comments. They're usually, about their announcements or about things that are important, things that happen, just life. This is different, and I believe that you can control the public comments without putting them all at the end. There has to be a way, but by we could, if you had discussed this with us, maybe I could have come up with a compromise. But all I saw was that it's at the end, and I didn't even know if it was permanent or what the plan is. The public doesn't know. The public sees this and has a reaction. We've received maybe 40, 50 comments. I had all week long, people were calling and texting me, disrupting my life, just because they saw this and that with no explanation. That's the problem. Maybe it can work. Maybe there's a good reason for it. So I think we should do a vote, and that we have a record of
I'd like to make an alternative motion, that we move the discussion of how, where, when, we address public comment until that next meeting, where we're going to discuss how the board does business, how we do business, and that tonight we move forward with the agenda as it's been written.
Let's get some things.
That's my motion.
Okay, let's get some things done.
Excuse
okay.
me,
Yep.
yes, let's get some things done. And so I want to just correct one thing. I didn't say that the REACH code wasn't important. I said that it's not going to change the world tomorrow. We've had 3 houses built in 5 years. Rachel, you and I have discussed this. So you and I have discussed this. We've discussed the REACH code and the effects that the REACH code are going to have. So I don't know what to tell you. But that having been said, the problem, Mayor, is your lack of transparency. That is the problem.
Please, could we please
Thank
be
you.
polite?
I think I'm still speaking. That's the problem. That's why people are here. That's the problem. It's not, yes, we are dysfunctional. We are absolutely dysfunctional, will not become functional until we understand these kinds of things where unilaterally you make these decisions. You unilaterally make a decision to sue me. You unilaterally, yes, you did. You unilaterally made the decision. You put it on the agenda, Mayor. You put it on the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion.
But my point is that this whole circus, this whole dysfunction is a result of what happened in a closed session, and people are outraged at it. And you don't want people to come out here and say things. That's what the public sees. The REACH code and rent stabilization, we're going to move through those 2 items. But transparency is more important than any of this.
Okay, we have a roll call. So we have a motion.
Sorry,
so
Madam
let's
Mayor,
supposed to laugh.
I'm not sure if Councilmember Whitman's substitute motion got a second.
What was it?
So I'll restate the motion. The motion is that we address the ordering of public comment, and whether there's some ways, I go to court all the time, and they do have a priority system where people can present ahead of time. Can you take me out of order because I have this thing that prevents me from staying till the end? And we can develop, we can talk about all those things. My motion is that we discuss those types of issues at the next meeting, and that at this meeting, we proceed with the agenda exactly the way it's been noticed to the public. That's my motion.
Okay, we
So-
have
And
a.
by
excuse me.
next meeting, we mean the workshop.
Yeah.
Okay,
Workshop is what I'm
okay.
talking
Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
I have a question of the city attorney.
Yes.
City attorney, that was actually my question, the point that Councilmember Whitman brought up. Can, if there's a member of the audience who really cannot stay till 10:30 and they convey to the mayor or to one of us that this is an urgent item and this is their only time that they can speak, we can change that? The mayor can change it, the
We
council
have to be
majority?
extremely cautious that we aren't discriminating between viewpoints.
Okay,
So in something independent of their comments, disability, advanced age, something like that
okay.
could be used to shift commenters earlier, but it could not be something about anything about what they're saying, because
Okay.
that would be viewpoint content-based regulation that cannot work. So the better way to do that, honestly, is what we used to do about 2018 or so for a while, as you noted,
Yes.
perhaps failed.
Yes,
A defined period of time, say an hour,
yeah.
and then any more commenters are shifted to the end of the meeting. As for example, that's an option, something like that. But the key is it's time-based. It's not about who is speaking. That's what has to be avoided, is anything that's about who or what they're saying. That we can't limit on.
Yes.
And per Councilmember Whitman's motion, we will talk about that at the next
And
meeting.
all of those could be options,
Okay,
yeah.
so we have a substitute motion, and we have.
I have a comment on that at your convenience.
Well, we're going to vote on this motion.
Well, there's comments on motions before you vote. That's just the rule of order. I'm just going to say, I don't see how that motion is any different than what's on the agenda, because we're going to talk about the priority workshop anyway. So I don't see how, honestly, your motion is any different than what is on the agenda. We already have the priority workshop, number 3, on the agenda, which is what we would talk about anyway. So I really don't see the difference. But perhaps I'm missing something here, because we already have it on the agenda. We're already going to talk about it.
The difference is that we will have a vote, and then we will get on to business, and then you can have your theater after that.
Okay, but
all right.
that makes no sense to me. Sorry.
We have to move on and take care of business. So we have a motion and we have a second. Could we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor.
Could you repeat the motion, please? I really don't know what the motion was. Could you repeat it, please?
The motion
Hold on.
was,
Do you
My
want?
understanding is that the motion is a substitute motion for the agenda for this evening to remain as written and as was noticed to the public, and to set an item for the council workshop date to be determined to discuss public comment planning regulations, rules, and requirements.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Matt. All right, a
Thank
roll
you.
call, please, Weston?
Yes. Councilmember Rule.
No.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
no.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to our presentation.
We haven't
It's-
approved the agenda. We just approved a motion.
That was a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have the Ojai Valley Community Wildfire Protection Plan, or CWPP, development update provided by Chris Danch of the Ojai Valley Fire Safe Council. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you. I have a PowerPoint that should be coming on any second.
Okay.
And there we go. Thank you.
Can we have quiet, please?
So this is to
Hold on, just
present-
one, I'm sorry, Chris.
Yes.
Could we have quiet, please, so that we could hear? This is a pretty important topic. Thank you.
I would like to think this is something we can all agree upon, and that is protecting our community from wildfire. So this is to give, to announce that we've already done it in the paper and other places, but I'm taking this opportunity, thank you to the council, to talk about the launching of our Ojai Valley Community Wildfire Protection Plan Development Project. And so we use, from here on out, we'll use the word CWPP. Next slide. Next slide, there we go. So what is a CWPP? Well, that is a planning document for wildfire risk mitigation. As other ones across the country, it's being done under a federal framework, so it's recognized by funders across the country. And it has 3 minimum requirements, which of course we will meet, but we are planning this to cover a lot more information.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Okay.
Could we please have quiet here? This is a really important topic, and I would hope that all of you would be absorbing this information rather than having a side conversation. And show some respect to Chris, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So we have to continue. Many CWPs of this scale are often agency-driven, and the Act sort of sets that up. So it's not a bad thing. But as a community-based organization focused on wildfire safety, we're looking to have more of a community-driven, focused CWPP. Now, we are integrating other projects that support this, which we have talked before to this council, and that is the fine-scale risk mapping, EmberCast modeling and mapping, and wildfire vulnerability and evacuation assessments. Those are technical data collection and analysis projects, but that information will be integrated into the CWPP, so we are anticipating what I've been calling a very robust CWPP. Next slide, please. I won't spend too much time on the highlights of what it is because I really want to get to the main point, and that is that, go through the slides, Weston. And of course, we will continue with the projects we have going as well, and the plan will cover expansions of those projects, most notably our community-supported prescribed grazing program, which many people in the area are familiar with. We have established a dedicated web portal for this project that will remain open through the life of the project and probably be beyond, though the technical project will result in a digital dashboard displaying the data that is available to the public. Importantly, that there'll be an action plan at the end of this document stretching over 10 years to be revisited as often as necessary. And that has one of the main reasons for a CWPP is to access funding. In fact, many funders require you to be able to reference a CWPP properly prepared under the framework as a condition for funding or at least to give you priority. So it is a definitive document in many respects. Next slide, please. Our planning area extends beyond the city of Ojai. It's quite large. That's because we take into account evacuation and lots of other measures. This is downloadable from the site. For those who want to look at it, it's ojaicwpp.org, and it's also accessible through our main site. And as you can see, the boundaries extend all the way up along the watershed, up 33, over towards Santa Paula, all of Upper Ojai, the greater Ojai Valley, and down the Ventura River watershed to Foster Park and Concita Springs, covering about 350 or so square miles. Next slide, please. So obviously, we involve a lot of communities, including the unincorporated areas. We can see those there. Next slide, please. Supporting projects I've already mentioned. Next, please. Project funding, we're looking at the total of these projects. So we're looking at the USDA funding, CAL FIRE through the Ventura Wildfire Collaborative, the City of Ojai, Ventura County Fire Protection District, ongoing community support, and then we're receiving a great deal of in-kind contributions of skills, expertise, knowledge from the City of Ojai, the county, Ventura County Fire, Jensen Hughes, our private industry partner, and of course the Ojai Valley Fire Safe Council itself has a significant in-kind match for these projects. Next, please. We have established a core working group, which will be not talked about at any length tonight, but covers a wide range of disciplines. Also in the core working group is Ventura County Fire, principally Salim Mumi and Larry Williams, though the people show up as well, lending their expertise, and in consultation with the U.S. Forest Service. It will be used, obviously, to educate, develop a plan, and seek funding to support that plan, and it should be an ongoing living document. And we're looking to create a culture of resiliency, and we'll be talking more about that as we develop the CWPP. Next, please. And we will continue to strengthen our partnerships that we have, which are extensive, and we will use this document in addition to planning projects and implementing those projects, but also to support funding requests for those projects. Next, please. The development process takes a lot of steps. This project was launched in very late November. We're looking at a 16-month period. So we're looking for the final to be done in March of 2024. But there are a number of areas where the public can directly involve, though they can continue in many other ways. But we're looking at the survey and public workshops 1 and 2, the You Are Here button over there. And that's where we'll talk about next. Next slide, please. how to get involved. We are setting up the first series of community workshops. I'll talk about that in a second. We have an online public survey, which can be accessed from both sites, and we look for people to answer those. We really do take this information in and we analyze it and we utilize it in our planning efforts. And the more information we get, the more responses, the better we can do our job of developing and prioritizing projects. You can sign up for updates on either site, and better yet, become a member and support us because we need that kind of support. Next. And you can comment on there's a comment area on the dedicated site. You're free to contact us by email or otherwise. We are planning a series of webinars that will educate on various aspects of this plan over the next 16 months. And also we have a large array of resources you can download from either site. Next, please. The two workshops, first is tomorrow, right here at our own Kent Hall at 6 o'clock. And then there's an identical workshop for people who can't make that one the next night at the Oakview Community Center. Starts a little bit later because that's when we were told we can start. And these have exercises for people to be involved in and start to give their input. So hoping for a good turnout and have people get engaged in this process. It's really important. Next. Okay, with that, I have any questions?
Any questions from council?
Yeah, I know that you guys have an incredible grazing program, and
Yes.
that you're planning to have some outreach and sort of, come and meet the sheep kind of thing in the spring. Do you have a date for that?
Not yet. We had our first event was going to be this coming weekend, and that's in partnership with the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy and their Oranges to Oaks. Due to an issue of access caused by the storm, that has been postponed. We don't know when. Now, of course, the problem with that is that the grazing contracts line up, so, we're not sure how it is. Another one we are planning is to launch a crowdfunding campaign and have that supported by in the field activities. We have some grant money to do that very thing. Those dates have yet to be set as we're trying to line it all up. And furthermore, because depending on what kind of rain, you really don't know until it happens when you're going to be doing it. Because this is prescribed grazing, which means that you have to look at all these different factors about when you're going to do stuff. So just keep look out for that. We'll be announcing them as they come out. And we're also seeking significant funding from CAL FIRE this year to support the grazing program in a much bigger way as well. But thank you, and we just keep looking for that, and we'll put it out there for people when we have those dates set.
I definitely will. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
anything else?
Just a big thank you for all the hard work you're doing to keep our communities safe. Much appreciated. And I encourage everyone to come tomorrow night or the following night and get engaged, get involved, and get ready. Because
Thank you.
we all need to take personal responsibility.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and take the survey. Okay, thank you very much.
Took the survey.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Okay, we have no commission reports, so we'll move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, and a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, wonderful. Okay, let's move on to the public hearing. It's the first reading and introduction of an updated REACH codes ordinance, which will require all new buildings to be electric with no new gas infrastructure. Tonight, we will get feedback from the public about eliminating all the exemptions except for infeasibility. So we have a staff report, James?
Yes, thank you. And I'll pull up a couple of slides. I think we have 2 slides with some information on this. Let me share screen. And so the city of Ojai was one of the first cities in the county to adopt a REACH code a few years back, and that history is provided in the report. We've had several meetings talking about REACH codes. We had a committee that also worked through the REACH code, so I won't start with I won't go through the complete history, but that is included in the report. More recently, the city council had directed staff on January 10th to essentially take the next step related to REACH codes. The city had already adopted a REACH code that had the exemptions listed on this slide. I believe it's 9 exemptions or exceptions. The key ones that we spent a lot of time working through were the attached accessory dwelling units, the freestanding accessory dwelling units, and the deed restricted affordable housing projects. Those were probably the 3 most talked about when we adopted that version of the code. Since that code was adopted over the last 3 years, the city has approved 5 new single-family residences, no new commercial buildings, and 109 ADUs, 109 accessory dwelling units. And so one of the things that we tried to do over that period was collect that data to see what kind of impact each of those exceptions or exemptions would have, so that the council could consider what the next step was. When the city council discussed the REACH codes on January 10th, the council directed the staff to prepare a revised ordinance that changes the name of the REACH codes. What's proposed, and I know it was listed inconsistently in a couple spots, so just to clarify, what's proposed is renaming the REACH codes the Clean Energy Ordinance. Staff was also directed to remove the exemptions except for the infeasibility exemption. So these exceptions and exemptions listed on this slide are removed in the revised version. And the ordinance includes the, per council motion, the science-based language and information that was provided by the mayor. And so I wanted to, that's some background. That's the technical of the ordinance. I wanted to just give a couple of examples of what that means. We have some examples here on this slide. For example, with this revised ordinance, a newly built restaurant would not be able to install a gas stove. However, under this ordinance as proposed, a remodeled restaurant could still install a gas stove. A remodeled restaurant can maintain having a gas stove. They can replace their gas stove. And so I wanted to make that distinction clear. I think that was a big question that we saw over the last couple of weeks, was whether or not this impacts existing restaurants. And it most likely would not. Additionally, outdoor fireplaces, outdoor cooking facilities, kitchens, and pool heaters, those would be impacted. They're currently exempted from the code, but this revised version would not exempt them, so those would need to be electric. We did receive a comment today that I forwarded to the clerk and the council from somebody that had said pool heaters, electric pool heaters are still still expensive, so that's one factor that the council could consider. Additionally, any new ADU under this revised version would be required to comply with the REACH code before they were exempted or accepted as well. So if somebody is building an ADU at this point, they would need to make it an electric ADU and not have gas infrastructure. Lastly, affordable housing projects would be required to install electric appliances under this proposed revised clean energy code as well. Those were exempt before. I think that the big discussion over the years from council was the city itself is working on potential affordable housing project on a lot that the city owns on Franklin and Montgomery. And we were considering we have an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, with the Habitat for Humanity to partner on that. And the council had asked the Habitat for Humanity if that would impact whether or not they would be able to build that project. The Habitat for Humanity has analyzed that, and they think that they would be able to comply with the Clean Energy Code. The design that they're working on, that'll be coming back to council in coming months, over probably the next couple months, is going to be an electric design based on that feedback from the council. So those are some examples of kind of out of all of those exemptions. Some of those exemptions never applied and were unlikely to apply. These are probably the 4 major ones that people ask questions about. This is how the code would apply moving forward. So with that, we can staff's available to answer any further questions. But again, the Clean Energy Code, the revised version of the REACH code, is being presented tonight for a first reading and introduction.
Thank you so much, James. Any questions from council before we move on to public comment?
I
Susan?
have some questions. On January 24th, the title of the REACH code was to be known as the Ojai Greenhouse Gas Reduction Ordinance. And I'm comfortable with that title. I believe that this new title is misleading. There's no such thing as clean energy. Unless it's energy, you know, we're standing outside in the sun. And I would not approve that title.
And that's
Because-
the exact name of it would be something that could be decided by the
Yeah.
council.
Okay, so we can still do that. And then, is it true that the state of California now has a new law and funding for supporting all-electric affordable housing? Is that right? Someone sent me a comment, Bill Miley sent me a comment stating that.
There are a number of state grant programs that support qualifying affordable housing projects. There may be a grant program that's special for affordable housing and all electric. There's no state law of which I'm aware that mandates that affordable housing projects be all electric.
So you're not aware
So you're,
a new law and funding for supporting all-electric affordable? Okay, just
so
wondering.
in other words, what does supporting mean? Supporting by the state means funding. There
Funding,
may be
yeah.
funding sources available. But
Yes.
that doesn't force the city to do something. But there may be funding sources available for it, yes.
Yeah, so for example, if the Cabrillo project, when it comes before us, if there's some hesitation, if we do our homework, we can remind them that there's funding, hopefully.
Certainly, if and when that project comes to the council, the city can
Yeah.
remind them there may be available funding for
Or
it.
other projects.
But of
similar.
course, we're not making decisions about a project not on the agenda.
Yeah, but that's a concern that the public has expressed. They want to make sure that, you know, like with Habitat for Humanity, that's great news.
Yeah, I think that was one of the big concerns in the past, was whether this would like stop affordable housing projects. The only one that we've been able to have that discussion with, you know, that's gotten to that point is Habitat. They really took their time to look at it, which I think means they really looked at it closely, and they've come back and said they can do it. So that's really the only like example that we have, but it was promising based on that.
Okay, thank you. That's all for
Okay,
now.
questions, more questions?
Yeah, I
yep.
just want to clarify, clarifying questions. So basically, a newly built restaurant, that means a building that was built, and if a restaurant goes in it, right? It doesn't mean this building existed, a restaurant is going in. It means the building was actually built, like new construction even for restaurants. That's my clarifying question. So I build a building and I want to put a restaurant in it. So yes, that's got to be electric. But there's a building existing and I go in and I put a restaurant in that wasn't a restaurant before, but it was a building before. So I just want to clarify that because people have asked that. So if you could explain to me, that would be great. Thank you.
Happy to clarify the proposal. As proposed, it would turn on when that building was issued a certificate of occupancy, which is when a building is legally allowed to be occupied, or when it exists legally. So if the building existed, given a certificate of occupancy on or after January 1st, 2021, then adding a restaurant later would be required to be electric. All no natural gas, all electric. If the building existed before January 1st, 2021, if its certificate of occupancy was before January 1st, 2021, then any remodels, whether to create a restaurant, would be fine. Whether taking one restaurant and remodeling it into another, or remodeling some other retail or commercial space into a restaurant, that would be, as proposed, would not have to be all electric.
Okay, so it's when the certificate of occupancy was issued, and the date, the cutoff date is January 1, 2021, you said? I'm
Right.
sorry.
The current draft
Okay.
is January 1st,
Yeah,
2021.
so I understand that. Thank you.
And
Appreciate
council
it.
could, of course, adjust
Yes, thank
that
you.
as desired.
I think that date, correct me if I'm wrong, stems to when the first REACH code was
Yes,
adopted.
Yes.
that date
That's
does
why we
stem
set
from
that date.
the original current REACH code.
Right.
Okay, all right.
I have a question. I just want to follow up on something that James said and make sure I understand this correctly. So if you want to if you got new construction, you want to put some type of backyard fire feature, you said you're not going to be able to do natural gas. You said that's going to have to be electric, but my understanding is it could be propane, so you could do a portable propane tank for your fireplace or your grill or,
Yeah, that's correct. And I may have misspoken. There's gas, there's electric, but there's some other options too, like propane. So I wasn't clear about that. But propane is specifically still allowed.
so the main target of this ordinance is natural gas that comes to you in that gas line. New construction is not going to include that, but you're going to have alternatives.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Quick clarifying question.
I would like to ask a question. So just to
sorry.
confirm that an induction, if you have an induction stove, right, you can have a propane tank connected it so you can go back and forth. That's what I've been told by chefs.
If that, I'm not familiar with the technology, but that would be allowable
Okay.
under the code.
Okay, all right, okay.
A chef
The
could
key
tell you
is-
if that's practical or if that works.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure about the details on the technology, but the key here on the ordinance is drafted is natural gas pipeline.
Right, no new.
Propane is not
No
natural
new gas infrastructure, that's what it's about. Okay, Leslie?
That was actually my question, so thank you
Okay.
for asking it.
All right.
I actually don't know what propane is.
It's natural
Propane
gas.
is
It's a barbecue grill.
It's natural
I
gas.
They
don't,
got one of those canisters.
that smells so bad, you can smell it all over the neighborhood.
Well,
Yeah.
only if you release it. It shouldn't smell bad if it's being used
I
properly.
can smell it, yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and
I don't
open,
know about those.
let's go ahead and open the public hearing. We'll start with Michelle Ellison, then Serena Ellison, and then Anita Hendricks.
Serena, it's so cute.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Ellison, a resident and former chair of the city's climate committee. I'm also a mom with 2 young kids, and I'm deeply concerned about their future and all life on this planet threatened by climate change. I'm here in full support of the proposed ordinance prohibiting fossil fuel gas in new buildings. This has been in the works for 3 years now, with a lot of time, care, and energy invested by many of us. So I hope we finally can achieve more meaningful progress tonight that'll have a greater impact. Gas use in buildings is a major contributor to climate change, and it accounts for over half of our building emissions here in Ojai. Space heating and water heating are the biggest sources, combined making up about 80% of that building emissions pie, with the rest coming from clothes drying, cooking, and other applications. Since most of our residents are using 100% renewable energy or have solar, switching from gas to electric has a particularly significant impact on reducing emissions. The city has declared a climate emergency, recognizing that we must take bold and swift action to reduce emissions. This means we've got to stop making the problem worse, adding more new fossil fuel infrastructure. Then the bigger task ahead of us is decarbonizing existing buildings. Averting further climate breakdown is going to mean change, and change isn't always easy or convenient and may cost something in the short term. But the cost of inaction, the devastation of unmitigated climate change, is exponentially greater. That's why we need policies like this at all levels of government everywhere to hasten the transition off fossil fuels. The good news is all electric new buildings actually cost less to build and operate, according to all the studies that are available out there, because of the avoided gas infrastructure and highly efficient electric appliances that use less energy. In other words, all electric new buildings are more affordable than those with gas. And I think we'd all agree that's a good thing. Another benefit of going all electric is the health and safety of occupants, which is becoming increasingly aware as we're seeing news article after news article about the gas hazards associated with stoves. Gas stoves emit toxic chemicals and can generate unsafe levels of indoor air pollution, increasing risk for respiratory and cardiovascular illness, cancer, and other health conditions. I just recently learned that more than 20% of childhood asthma cases in California are attributed to gas stoves. Indoor air pollution is of particular concern for low-income residents living in smaller units, like ADUs and affordable housing, where concentration levels of this nasty stuff is higher. Top chefs like Alice Waters, Thomas Keller, Rick Bayless, Curtis Stone, Eric Repair, Wolfgang Puck, and many renowned restaurants all around the world are choosing induction over gas, so we don't have to compromise quality. We swapped our gas range and are very happy with its performance. And we recently said goodbye to our gas water heater and replaced it with a heat pump water heater. And now we're an all-electric home, which we're really excited about. On a final positive note, there's a lot of money available with the Inflation Reduction Act, a lot of rebates and incentives coming our way. For anyone interested in electrifying in the meantime. So you can check out electrifyojai.org for more information. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Serena Ellison, and then Anita Hendricks, and then Michelle Panero.
Hi, my name is Serena Ellison. I am 9 years old and I go to Topa Topa. I've got a brother and 2 amazing parents, and I live in an all-electric house. I'm proud of that because that means we burn no fossil fuels. I want to stop burning fossil fuels because fossil fuels are not good for our environment. It can cause air pollution, and air pollution is not good for our lungs.
Anything else you want to say? Very good.
I guess I'm good.
I have a
Thank you,
question.
Serena. Thank you.
Question for Michelle. Michelle, I have a question. The question, yeah.
Am I allowed to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Would you explain to me and the public, how is electricity produced? That aren't there fossil fuels involved in the production of electricity?
So currently, our electrical grid in California is about 35, the minimum amount of renewable energy in our grid is 35%, I think, around that right now. And we have a statewide goal to be at 100% clean electricity by 2045. Now, I heard the Biden administration said we want to go nationally to, up that date to 2035 to have 100% carbon-free, clean electricity serving us. Here in Ojai, when we joined Clean Power Alliance and enrolled in 100% renewable energy, most of our residents have stayed in at that, and we're basically adding more renewable energy to the grid. All those electrons are added, kind of mixed together, but overall, our renewable energy is going up, whereas fossil fuel gas, there's nothing clean about it, and there won't be. So our electrical grid is getting cleaner and cleaner by the day, and there's nothing clean about natural gas.
Thank you.
Thank
Does
you,
that answer your
Michelle.
question?
All right, next, Anita Hendricks, then Michelle Panero, and then Larry Steingold.
Good evening, City Council members. Mr. Summers, I apologize for when you tried to bring order to the council.
I'm sorry? Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to apologize to you, Matthew Summers, for trying to bring order at the last meeting, and you were overridden, and I apologize. You don't deserve that. You're a very sincere and very intelligent man, and I apologize from the bottom of my heart for that kind of treatment, even though I wasn't the one who did it. And Betsy Sticks, I also apologize to you. I think you're a sincere, well-meaning individual, and you mean the best for our city.
It's public comment.
I'm here to talk about, basically, I'm concerned about a crisis in our world, the climate emergency. This REACH code I approve of. It's one step in many, many that we need to take if we want to ensure the health and well-being, not only of ourselves, but of future generations. So please support this REACH code. I have borrowed from the public library a little burner that is an induction burner, electric burner. It's a flat piece. It has nothing underneath for particles to fall in, so it makes it easier to clean. It has a variable dial or control. So one of the main complaints about electrical burners is that they're very hard to control and they take long to go from one temperature gradient to another. This goes very quickly, and it is, I'm really tickled with it. That's all I use now. I use this one little burner because I just love it. So what I would like to say is it is possible to get one that is practically as good as gas, and it's much easier to clean. So I highly recommend that people really look into this. It's really, really cool. And I am not clear when they talk about the feasibility exemptions and the appeals process. I would like to know more about that. I don't know if you all have the time, but I would, yeah. And I really am glad that so far our meeting has been civil, because I really did not want to come tonight. And I know some other people who won't even talk because they don't want to come tonight. So thank you all for all of your hard work, and everybody here for caring about our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Next, we have Michelle Panero, then Larry Steingold, and then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Mayor Six, Michelle, when you have have time, maybe you could come back and give the example that you told me about, how you purchased your induction stove from a woman who would have had an exemption. Though you said that she moved to a trailer park and they didn't have the electric, well, yeah, to answer Anita's question.
I'm sorry, about Mr. Question.
Okay, Anita wanted to know about the exemption. And you gave me an example, a very good example of a legitimate example.
Yeah. So I don't know, we bought an induction stove from a woman off of Craigslist, and she loved her induction stove. She had it a short amount of time, but moved, and I think moved into a trailer park where I think there wasn't maybe adequate electrical lines running, capacity in that park. So that was limiting her from keeping the induction stove. So that's all I know about it. I don't have any more details about that specific situation, but there might be situations that arise like that. Is that what you're wondering?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah,
okay.
people will want to know about that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and
I just forgot to add one thing, that the public library has these little induction burners that you can check out for a few weeks and actually try it in your home. It's a great free service, so I
Thank-
encourage you all to do that.
all right, thanks, Anita. All right, Michelle Panero, Larry Steingold, and Jeffrey Starkweather.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I would like to voice my support for the proposed greenhouse gas reductions code for new buildings. Eliminating fossil fuels in new buildings, I believe, is a stepping stone to creating a sustainable and climate-resilient Ojai. There are rebates and tax credits to encourage building electrification through the IRA, which addresses not only our electrification goals, but also addresses equity. Every person up on this dais tonight ran on a platform of sustainability, with the goal of Ojai being a model for this. I hope tonight that you will deliver on these promises you made to the people who voted for you. We are counting on you, myself included, and I look forward to what will hopefully be a unifying vote that will lay the groundwork for both our short and long-term shared goals of making Ojai the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Larry Steingold, Jeffrey Starkweather, and Bill Miley.
I was going to try to be cute and bring a can of beans and Beano here, but that doesn't. What I want is a date, like 2040, where December 31st, 2040, the gas line is shut off. I don't need a camel's nose under the tent to do this every year, and we're going to push people to get rid of their hot water tanks, and then we're going to push them to get rid of this and get rid of that, and higher fees and as soon as use a carrot instead of a stick, just a date. You want to have to convert upon sale? Fine, push it onto the seller or the buyer. What difference does it make? Okay? But the point is, have a date. This is just nibbling away at the edges. No exemptions for this, how about, listen, we don't care what you do, but by 2040, there's no more natural gas. But the other rumor I heard, which I really don't like, quite honestly, is the end of propane, because that's ultimately the goal, no open flame. So put that on the agenda. Have it out, get it done, and move on, because this is just nibbling. No open flame, we're going to brick up a fireplace. Okay, you don't want to burn wood? Fine. Then just stop it, brick up the house, and just put it out there and lay out your entire agenda so we can look at it. Simply, Ojai may have the best agenda in the world, but I want details. Okay, not, oh, no development. What does that mean? If you mean no development, then no development, because this should be part of the general plan. You want no gas? Fine, then put it in there, 2040, 2050, because even in here, I believe the bus company, 2040, right? No, all electric, right? 2035, no gas cars sold in California. Everybody's picking dates. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the cost. They don't have the power. You're going to convert everybody to electric, and they're going to say, oh, it's too hot outside. Turn off your air. Don't plug in your car. Turn off the internet. Go home and live in a tent. Fine. But let there be infrastructure first. I mean, you're ahead of the curve. Fine, be part of the curve, make the curve. I don't care, but have an end date that's rational. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Bill Miley, and then Jamie Fleming.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, fellow citizens. I'm not taking a position for or against the REACH code. I'm in favor of the REACH code, or I'm not taking a position about this various exemptions. I have found that most cities exempt commercial kitchens, and most cities have hardship exemptions. But what I want to talk about is that, you know, more than 3 years ago, we set up the Climate Committee, and then eventually they went and started meeting in private. And this board has been debating, you know, the details of exemptions for 3 years. But where is our actual climate action plan? Where is our greenhouse gas inventory? At least 2 of the members of that committee were there with me back in 2019, 2020, fighting to get a climate action plan in the general plan of the county, and we had to fight hard to do that. So I think that, and you know, I've looked at other cities where they've had tremendous citizen engagement, surveys and so forth, so people get educated about this, not just you guys debating it up here. So I'm not going to say you shouldn't pass this, but I'm asking you to take the next step, which is to create an actual citizen engagement climate action committee. And by the way, I worked with candidates that our Democratic Club supported, and their statement on climate said, appoint a diverse citizens commission to address the best practices and policies to lower Ojai's green carbon footprint. So I think this is carrying out a campaign promise. I think you all are committed to that. I would add that when we're dealing with electric codes, we're dealing with demand. That doesn't change the supply, which is the real problem. I think Michelle's wrong on those numbers. 20% of our supply of energy in California is non-fossil fuel. 20% is nuclear, and 60% is oil and gas. So no matter what you do in demanding electricity, you're still getting your stuff ultimately, not changing that formula. So the way I would think we should think about it is we could deal with supply, which is solar. Solar rooftop, solar farms. I mean, we can't make farms become solar. And there is such a thing as, very similar to the plan we have for only relying on non-fossil fuel, to actually make solar community pools where you get all your solar from them. So I hope you would consider developing a committee like this, stakeholders from across the community, because it would be both a lot of different ideas and educating people. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Bill Miley, then Jamie Fleming, and then Gautam Barua. Okay, Bill Miley went home. Jamie Fleming, Gautam Barua, and then Ruth Cooper. Gautam, sorry.
Jamie Fleming, Chamber of Commerce. Sadly, you won't see too many restaurant owners tonight because this is their busiest evening, if you can imagine. So I am kind of speaking on their behalf after many, many meetings with the restaurant owners in the town. I also want to thank Michelle and Steve for taking the time to meet with me and a few of the restaurant owners to exchange ideas and get a good sense as to where we are in 2023 and some reality checks. I also want to say that the clarifications in the code regarding only new buildings greatly helps me feel that we're protecting our current restaurants. However, I'm also a believer in keeping commerce and things open for this town as far as growth. And I'm kind of beginning to understand why most cities have not included commercial kitchens in their gas banning codes. And first, that came out in one of our meetings, was that the restaurant owners, in fact, every one of them said that it's so expensive to get into gas induction stoves for commercial kitchens. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars versus a fraction of that. You can go on the market, as some of the restaurant owners were saying, there's plenty of gas stoves that you can pick up that are perfect, that are used, and you can still have your ability to open a restaurant. The margins for restaurants are so small. If you think any of our restaurants are making a lot of money, I was dumbfounded to find out in our meetings with Michelle and everyone that these guys are all coming out saying, we're talking about hundreds of dollars that we're making during a day or a week. And if we have to make repairs or buy things, we're then operating for free for weeks on end. So I just want to make sure we have some respect for really people who have businesses and earn their living in Ojai. My gosh, I'm almost out of time. And the health issue, again, regarding induction-related radiation. Yesterday, I contacted the head of radiology at the hospital that treated me. And yes, he confirmed science has declared that non-ionizing radiation does not cause cancer as far as we know. However, Jamie, as he said, you bring up a good point. Unknowns. No one has been exposing their hands to this type of radiation for 6 to 8 hours a day, except for possibly now in commercial kitchens if they go electric. Hopefully we will not learn about some unknown health effects in a few years. So why not exclude commercial kitchens from the code until we all know for sure? I said to him. I told him that most cities do. He replied, so what is Ojai's rush? What is the rush at the expense of people in our Ojai community?
Thank you, Jamie. Next, we have Gautam Barua, then Ruth Cooper, and then Carol. Yeah, just first name, yep.
Thank you, Mayor. I am Gautam Barua. I've been working on climate and in finance and business since the 90s. I've been most recently leading an effort to look at decarbonizing buildings at scale across the country, and so I've become very well acquainted with different initiatives around policy, around impacts, and around the economics. I think this is really exciting to see that Ojai has, I think we were the leaders. We're now kind of the pack, as even New York City, which has 1,000 times the number of people, has also gotten on board with massive electrification. I think to clarify a couple of things, one speaker pointed to the fact that the energy mix has a lot of oil and gas. I think it's very important. Generally gets very conflated that you're confusing transportation and power generation. With regard to power generation, about 35% comes from renewables in California. A small portion, about I think 7 or 8%, comes from nuclear, and still 50% comes from natural gas. But there's a big effort to change that because, again, the economics are changing dramatically so that renewable is now the cheapest source of power generation. I think with regard to impacts, there's the macro impact that natural gas from wellhead to stovetop actually has been found to create the same level of greenhouse gas emissions as coal, which has been generally viewed as the leading cause of greenhouse gases. Natural gas was viewed as a lower carbon alternative, has turned out not to be. And I think with regard to localized impacts, maybe because as somebody who's a person of color who relates to seeing people of color working in the restaurants and spending their time hours a day in the restaurants working for very little money, I think there is this concern that, yes, there are unknowns around non-ionizing radiation. I would assert that they're probably not spending their time with their hands on top of the induction cooktop for 6 to 12 hours a day. And I would also assert that there are unknowns potentially around if they lie on those cooktops. They're not going to get burned, but we don't know what's going to happen. We do know for a fact that they are spending that 6 to 12 hours a day currently with gas stoves being exposed to what we know are dangerous VOCs, volatile organic compounds. And that is not a disputable statement. So that is something that we should be aware of and considering as we think about the broader community here and the people who don't have a lot of alternatives to where they work and how they work. And lastly, I think the great thing is that the economics are getting better. So just like LEDs were really, really expensive 10 years ago, not that great, they've come down. It's become a no-brainer for real estate to install LEDs. We're seeing the same curves happening in renewables and in electrics, and I think that's going to continue and benefit everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Gautam. Next, we have Ruth Cooper and then Carol.
Thank you very much. I support a clean ordinance without exceptions except in feasibility. And I wanted to share a little bit about my own experience. My husband and I are slowly converting our 1955 tract home to all electric, and we're doing it for financial reasons because we're actually going to save money in the long term. I'm willing to take money out of my retirement account to do this because there's a very good return on investment. We're also doing it for environmental reasons because we're very concerned about climate change, and for health reasons. I wish that our family had made the transition to electric sooner. It really pains me to think that our gas appliances may have contributed to our son developing asthma. Researchers at Stanford University and other researchers as well found that during the course of normal use, gas stoves emit nitrogen dioxide at levels that would be considered illegal if it was outdoors, according to EPA standards. And gas stoves are implicated in contributing to the development of childhood asthma. The purpose of policy is to shape our world and make it better. I believe that this greenhouse gas reduction ordinance will make things better. It may be inconvenient to restaurants, to homeowners, but then so is global warming and the resulting climate chaos that we're already seeing. I'm really not wanting to hear anymore about people complaining about how inconvenient it is to make a change. This is something that everyone should be doing. The main reason to care about long-term deterioration of the environment is that it undermines human flourishing in the present and in the future. It's unfair to future generations for us to not take every possible action to ensure that future generations have a livable planet. That's what we're talking about. So I don't really buy the argument that there should be exceptions for restaurants or backyard barbecues or pool heaters so we can have a cheaper dinner and a place to warm our hands without lighting a log. We have bigger fish to fry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Next, we have Carol Smith.
Hello, my name is Carol Smith. Thank you for all your consideration on this issue. And I have been on the council in your seat for 12 years. I was elected 3 different times and served mayor twice. I looked at this issue, and I think I agree with the speaker who spoke about a little while ago about this is just one part of the getting off of emission-causing gases. Our house, we're all solar now, but my stove is gas. I have a hood. I have open windows. I'm a very good cook. I have very expensive cookware, which induction stove, when I priced it, would have been more than $12,000, would have required me to change my very expensive cookware. You can only use stainless. And I said, holy cow. It was, for me, like, this is nice, but the gas, and again, it's only the 2 of us. So the expense of trying to do the right thing in that case was enormous. And again, as far as our little household, having the hood will make it go outside. So as far as your own exposure to it's a little less, but it goes into the environment. I understand that. Many years ago, I tried to start, we used to have gas blowers all over the town, and I introduced him, I could just see all the dust coming up, all the dog feces coming up, and I worked very hard to get that changed. I think it only took 2 years for the people who come in and basically mow and blow, as they're called, to switch over, and there's still a lot of scofflaws. Talk about childhood asthma and having dirt, those were terrible, and I'm so glad that finally was accepted, but it did take a long time. What about gas heating? Will everyone have to change to electric heating? Is that a yes? Mayor, do you know?
Just this is only for new gas hookups, so.
No, so if you're existing,
Yep, it's not about.
it will have to be electric then, the ones,
No retrofitting, just for new construction.
just for new, okay. Except for new ADUs?
Correct, as proposed, except for new accessory dwelling units.
New, say that again?
Except for new accessory dwelling units.
Okay, accessory
So if you
dwelling.
have an existing residence being remodeled,
I got it.
you're okay. But if you add a unit, you'd have to go electric.
I don't hear very well, even with hearing aids. Okay, now, I would estimate, I'm very happy to hear how many ADUs have applied for permits, because there was a time when, believe me, we didn't have that. There were tons of them. I'm still sure there's a ton of them out there who have not, so it would not affect them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Weston, any comments online?
Pardon?
I'm asking, asking Weston if there are any comments online. Thank you, Carol.
Yes, Mayor. First, we have Renee and then Bill Miley. Renee, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Renee Roth, and thank you very much. Climate change is here. Let's embrace it and teach ourselves and others what we can do to make a difference. I wish we could take swift and serious action to require fossil fuel reductions in ways that really matter. Unfortunately, this REACH code doesn't really address it, because 50% of our energy is coming from natural gas. You just heard it from the people. So the only way that we could really make a difference is if all the electrical energy that is going to be required to be used in any new construction was produced from some kind of solar system or a rooftop solar system. Now, this is an expensive proposition, and we know induction cooktops also require special types of pans to use it efficiently. My proposal is that what we really need is a climate action plan. As we know, housing and climate and electric energy are all complicated legislative topics. If the city really wants to legislate a climate action plan because we have a climate emergency, in order to legislate it from the dais, one idea at a time, this is not going to create a climate resilient Ojai. I believe the use of collaborative stakeholders from our community as an advisory committee, including experts on water, energy, and housing, is a much more efficient use of time and resources rather than acts proposed by politicians which attempt to reach consensus during a city council meeting. It really seems like a waste of time. An appointed advisory committee can select out and recommend best practices that will fit our needs to get results. We really need to be talking about climate adaptation as we are tasked with adapting to the changing climate. Our biggest job is to be able to look at creating climate resilient infrastructure with a focus on costs and benefits for any new development projects. The REACH code is a small part of that process. So the bottom line, I don't see this as the answer. I think new commercial kitchens should remain exempt. And I agree with Jamie Fleming. I'm concerned about possible health consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee. We do have one card that got misfiled, Anson Williams.
Quite a night. Hi there. You know, Mayor, we've had different opinions on a lot of things, but I have to say, I'm 100% with you for the REACH code. And we can be, I really think we're a small community, but we can be an example for a lot of communities by how we approach this. But I just wanted to bring up an idea, and that's form a committee to create for existing homes a retrofit incentive program. So people who have homes will be motivated maybe to switch to electric. And I don't know how to do it. I don't have all the information, but I think there are programs out there, or a lot of companies, whatever, that can help us form a committee and double up on what we're doing. So it's not only the new houses, and we're not forcing people to be electric. We're going to motivate them. We're going to incentivize them. So that's it. Just an idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Anson. Next, we have Steve Colomé.
Happy Valentine's Day. And this has been more civil than the meeting we had a couple of weeks ago. One of the things that I've done in my career advising federal and state agencies is to act as a myth buster. So I'm going to try in the time that I have to address a couple of myths that I've heard today. First of all, this proposed ordinance applies only to new building. It does not apply to retrofits. It does not apply to the person who has a gas range in their house now. Secondly, the main focus in terms of commercial kitchens, it is important to note that there are cooking styles that require a flame. And so there is an allowance for putting in a propane tank to run a gas range. So you can take any natural gas range, commercial range, put in a $100 valve or orifice, and be able to run that, just like it would with natural gas. So we think that the commercial restaurants are going to find that they really want to use their induction range primarily. That's the shift that they'll find themselves doing. In terms of radiation, I happen to have a physics background. And physicists, when we talk about electromagnetic radiation, it goes all the way from long wavelength, low frequency waves, which are magnetic waves. We are bathed in magnetic waves. Otherwise, a compass couldn't point north. So it's the most common non-ionizing form of radiation. It goes all the way from that to visible light, which is in fact a form of radiation, ultraviolet radiation, which is the first high-intensity radiation that we know can cause cancer. It can cause skin cancer. And then gamma rays and X-rays, which are all cancer-inducing, ionizing forms of radiation. We've looked, I mean, if you're worried about electromagnetic waves of the same sort that an induction range produces, you'd better put your cell phone away, because those cell phones held up to your ear are the major cause. And interestingly, it's a use in alternative medicine to use magnets to reduce pain in joints. It does in fact work. The FDA approves a high-intensity magnetic form of radiation to be used to address OCD. So there are a lot of myths here, and I think we want to try and dispel those as we look at this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And just a question, the cost of induction stoves has come up. Do you know anything about?
Yeah, so there was recently a report in Consumer Reports that compared gas stoves to induction stoves, and there's a lot of overlap right now. So, the issue of cost, you can install a unit. I think what Jamie was referring to is that restaurateurs can purchase a used gas range for a fraction of what that new commercial range would cost, and they could put that to use immediately.
And do you see those costs going down?
I mean, this is an industrial revolution. I mean, we've had a number in our lifetimes, and this is one that, I mean, the norm is that the costs are reduced over time. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Any other comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, we have one more from Bill Miley.
Thank you.
Mr. Miley, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. After referencing a bunch of documents, I support this, but I have a couple of opinions. I have two proposed exemptions and a strong belief that we have an Ojai Citizens Task Force to be appointed by the council to review, research, and recommend such an ordinance. We know natural gas, methane can be hazardous to one's health. Natural gas stoves are not very efficient. Two references I found, one says that they're 13%, they provide 13% of heat, and another says 40% of heat of the total amount. Electricity heating can be 75%, and induction magnetic can be up to about 90%. What about affordable housing with solar? Builders are now developing large affordable housing projects, which are all electric, and have been quoted as saying, these cost less than installing gas utilities, but they require solar energy on site or through a farm and state funds. There are new state funds available from California that provide affordable housing with electric, all electric, and currently there's like $60 million available. The two exemptions are number 4 on the exemption list. Backup generators need non-electric fuel, and I believe specialty restaurants need natural gas cooking. We should help our low-income residents to retrofit. We should use housing trust funds to assist them in converting to all electric and including solar. How do we develop an ordinance? City Council would appoint a task force to look into research, the impact it might have, where the new electricity is going to come from, and also to recommend an ordinance. And this should include a variety of stakeholders who will be affected by this. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Is that it, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, no more.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we will move on to council discussion.
I didn't want to be rude and put a card
Oh.
across the room. May I?
Please.
Couple of moments here. Now, stoved up too.
Thank you.
My name is Alan Camp, and I live at 1116 Foothill Road in Ojai. Michelle, I'm sorry I haven't seen you since pre-COVID exercise class to disagree a little bit with what you're after. I would like to see that you preserve two exemptions. The one is for generators, and the other is for pool heaters. I have lived in the same 1923 house for 35 years, and I have my house sort of laid out and planned for most eventualities, but the lack of reliability with the electrical grid is problematic. We all have experienced that, and a generator is in my future, and I'd like to see that run on natural gas. Quick example, one of my girls had a baby, a premature baby, and was storing breast milk, and we had a power outage. It went bad in the freezer. So generators are necessary, and propane is not a real useful duplication of the power effort. And I don't think we're there yet on the technology for the pool heater equipment. We might be in a few years, and you can always amend your ordinance. It's just not a viable choice yet. I talked to my pool guy yesterday. So 2 carve-outs is really all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I'd like to ask Steve Colomé to address those 2 issues, or Michelle, the pool heaters and generators. Steve, still here?
I'll speak to,
Okay.
Steve, if you're not here, you can come on too. For pool heaters, there's actually a cost-effectiveness study about pool heaters, and there is high-efficiency heat pump water heaters for pool heaters. So the cost-effectiveness study that was shared with the prior council shows that they are cost-effective to operate electrical pool heating. So just to let you know.
And then generators?
What's the question specifically about generators?
Well,
So I think the question is basically if you have an emergency power outage and you're trying to save a fridge or freezer full of food,
Right.
what are the ways of doing that?
Right now we have, well, there's portable backup batteries that we can get in lieu of generators. This particular ordinance doesn't touch, like, detach, like a generator that's not like with a gas line to it. So that's going to be most people's situation would be a generator, like a standalone mobile generator. This ordinance doesn't touch that. So this would be specifically like a hooked up, piped generator, which is less common. And so I would suggest there's battery backup alternatives.
thank you, Michelle. Okay, we will move on.
Can the gentleman?
I know you don't want to debate, but we're talking about an episodic situation with a generator. And a portable generator does not power a house like I have, with the refrigeration needs that we have, and air conditioning, quite frankly, which is something that we all like to have during a power outage. It's as you know, uncomfortable. So, it's a messaging issue, I think, more than anything, and I think a carve-out is really quite reasonable. Now, with respect to the pool situation, Andrea, this is a, sort of a affluent, bitch session, if you will, but the technology does not allow you to heat up a spa with the current heat pump situation that we have. It's just not there yet. Just like we didn't have the electric lawnmowers a few years ago, and they really improved those and they worked. Amend the ordinance later on, but I mean, to push this thing for a message, it imposes it on some of your long-term quiet citizenry, and it's the wrong play, I think.
Can I ask you a question, Alan?
Yeah.
As far as the generator goes, what are you looking for?
Andy, I don't know. I started the process, and it became complicated to run the power from the generator to my meter, and I kind of dropped it a couple of years ago. My wife has been pushing me to do it, and so I've got to dig into that world again. But I know that I have a gas line that is located where I can put my generator, keep it away from my neighbors, particularly one that's concerned about noise, and run power supply to my meter. So I can do that with a propane tank next to it, but for an episodic situation, it really seems to be, frankly, overkill. And I think there's many people in town that just don't have the space that probably we have, Andy, that would be constrained to put a propane tank next to a generator and do what they want to do. I just think we're biting off too much at this stage.
I'm not familiar with the generator that's run off of natural gas. Is that what you're saying?
Most of them are.
Most of them are?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Alan. All right, let's move on to council discussion. Okay, Susan?
Start? Yeah. So some of you may remember back in my first term on the council, I didn't even have a car because I felt that our leaders should lead by example. I made a vow to ride my bike every distance under 3 miles, okay? For the first time in my life, I'm in a position where I have 2 dogs, and I'm practically living out of my van, but I long for my bicycle life back, okay? As far as I'm concerned, the number one problem is all the cars and all the gasoline and all that, and I hope we can tackle that before my 3rd term is over. I see this only as a very small step in the right direction. I'm not concerned about inconvenience. When it's hot, you can swim in your pool, you don't need to heat it. But the cold truth is that the only significant climate mitigation occurs if we reduce consumption. Whether we have electricity or gas, we still have to reduce consumption. It doesn't matter if running a gas or electric dryer in the summer should be like cigarette smoking. We should all have clotheslines outside. If we're really serious, we're looking at a radical lifestyle change. There's no way around it. So, I'm fine with most of this ordinance. There may be some questions that I have, but I believe there should be a strong statement in the ordinance that acknowledges that the only solution to the climate crisis is to dramatically reduce consumption of energy. Trading a gas dryer for an electric dryer, it's ridiculous. What are you going to do? Just, when your dryer runs out, but what are you going to do with all these electric gas dryers? Are you going to dump them? What happens to them? Just use them minimally, but don't go out and buy an electric dryer. If you really start to think about it, what are the repercussions of junking a perfectly good gas dryer? Just save that for an emergency. The rest of the time, use your clothesline. I'm from Holland, and it rains every day. They have retractable clotheslines that run from ceiling across the ceiling. And when I visit my relatives, we're sleeping under sheets drying. Okay, that's energy saving. Everything else is you just feel good about yourself, And all of this demands government policy change. That we change we're living in a gasoline-based infrastructure. That has to change. We need to stop putting any money in any infrastructure that requires gas. That's the bottom line. I'm also the city liaison to Ventura County Transportation Commission, and I'm not going to vote for any widening of freeways. I can tell you that. I'm only going to vote for a better bus system and trains and bicycle highways. So as far as this ordinance goes, I'm going to think a little bit more about the exemptions. I do know there are a number of people with pacemakers. Maybe there is an unknown. I know that Dr. Colomé thinks that we're fine, but many people avoid. They don't want to have Wi-Fi in their house. They don't put their cell phone to their ear, and they are possibly because this is so new, that they're legitimately concerned about the electromagnetic field. This is just adding to what it's an unknown. It's an unknown. So I'm not. When this was first came before, I think this is the third time this REACH code is before the council. The first couple of times I had no trouble voting for it. I was disappointed by the exemptions, but I continue to educate myself. I'm sorry when we have to do mandates. Ideally, it's education. People see what the right thing is and they do it voluntarily. That's the ideal. So, and I agree with people who say that we shouldn't stop here. Like, this is not the be-all, end-all. We need some kind of a outreach committee, education, so that people want to voluntarily reduce their energy consumption. So, and then maybe later at another time, we can talk about the title, and while the rest of you weigh in, I'll be thinking about if I do want to do any exemptions. Maybe not, I don't know yet. Okay, thank you.
Rachel?
Yes. So I just wanted to mention a couple of different things that I heard in the public comments. One is I like Anson's idea, and I think Renee Roth talked about it too, of really re-energizing our climate committee. We have so many dedicated volunteers. Michelle and Steve are two of them on our current committee, and I would love to talk about getting that re-energized, because I agree with what you said, what Councilman Member Francina said, which is that this is one step in a much bigger process, and I think it's a good step. I think it's the right step. I agree with what Ruth spoke about, that this is really, we cannot afford to delay delay climate change measures and remedies. We have to be proactive for our children. And also, one other thing, two other things. One is this is a global movement. It's kind of like what secondhand smoking was like when I was a child. When I grew up, my grandparents rolled up the windows and smoked in the car. But my brother, who's 10 years younger than I am, he never had that experience. And he's got better lungs. So, the chemicals that we're talking about with gas are very similar to what we're talking about with secondhand smoke. So it's a real issue. I also did want to talk about, I spoke with Natalie Yanez from Southern SoCal Edison, and I also spoke with another person from SoCal Edison. And we talked about all that they're doing right now to boost the grid with clean energy. And every town that they have a REACH code, that they're passing a REACH code, they are actually planning for that in the designation of electricity. So there's a lot of great stuff happening on that level. And the other thing she told me is that there is a demonstration kitchen. There's a demonstration home that you can go to at Edison, and you can test out everything. And you can rent, so like here, you can rent here an induction stovetop, but if it's not available, Edison has one that you can take home for a month or so. I don't remember exactly how long. Don't quote me on that. But I think this is the next step that we can take in the movement for clean energy, and I think that like I said, this isn't going anywhere. I support this. I support the clean. And I'm with Council Member Francina in, rethinking about the title too, and looking at what would be a fitting title for this.
Mandy, Leslie?
Sure, I'll talk. I have a question. I am concerned, and I did think about the issue of having a generator. And my first question is going to be, if between now and the second reading, we received a further report about ways that a temporary emergency generator, what's available to people, what are the costs and that type of thing, because I think that's a legitimate concern. Now that I'm thinking of it, I guess if you have a gas generator run by gas, it's not great, but it's not impacted. It's not impacted by this. So, but I guess that's my question is, can we go to a second reading and add into it a single exemption or two exemptions and not have to go to a third reading?
Adding in two exemptions would be, I think, on the order of minor changes that could be made at second reading, as opposed to some significant substantive changes that would have to come back could be made at second reading, but that would convert second reading into first reading. But it may be wiser to make decisions at first reading, if possible.
Right.
And if I could just explain the process to maybe help answer that question. So tonight's the first reading. If council introduces either with or without exemptions at this point, it would be going to the second reading on our next council meetings, February 28th. So that's the timeline. So council could choose to introduce it one way and ask for specific information. We can bring that back also on February 28th with the item. When the city had created a climate committee, and I was assigned by the council initially to attend the climate committee, so I did go to a couple of them. And just to speak briefly to that, I know that I think you kind of alluded to this. a lot of generators that people have are not stationary emergency generators, so those are not impacted. Now, there are some houses and even some businesses that have stationary emergency generators. I don't think there's many of them, but those would be impacted, and that is a legitimate concern. They could replace those with temporary or non-stationary generators. And then a couple of the comments made is what's happening a lot, and we've actually met with SCE and talked about this recently too, is a lot of people, including like SCE, are starting to convert over to battery-powered generators. And so that's one of the new technologies, or like you said, the portable generators that are powered by gasoline, which also is not great for the environment, but the idea being that they'd be used so minimally that there wouldn't be much of an impact from those. So there are some alternatives, but for a stationary generator, that is something worth considering.
So the other question I had was about the pool or spa heater, and I did some research on my own, which means that it's as good as Google is. So maybe not great, but I would like to hear more about that, because I have an understanding that a heat pump water heater is effective and not cost prohibitive. I'd like to hear.
There's a nasty bug up here. We'll ignore it.
And if I could also could I piggyback on Andy's question? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, without I won't. But one of the things that I've heard about spas and pools is that it's not so much the staying hot, that heat pumps are effective and efficient at staying hot. It's the actual warming up that is less efficient. So I would love some clarification on that too.
Yes, so I think the simple answer for tonight is that if the council wants more information on those, we'll bring it back on the 28th. And so we can provide that information on the for the meeting on the 28th. So.
Okay. So
you got it.
Then my general comments. We've been going at this a long time, so I'm not going to talk about the dire environmental consequences that the scientists are telling us that we are facing, and directly as a result of greenhouse gases, carbon emissions. And so for me, I thank you, Michelle, for bringing your daughter, because that's my biggest concern. I don't want to be, I don't want to make a vote that's going to negatively impact your daughter's future. That's all I have to say.
Leslie?
Yes, thank you. First, I would like to thank Michelle Ellison.
Microphone, please.
I'm sorry. I'd like to thank Michelle Ellison for all of her work on this. I've met with her twice. She has taken me through her all-electric home. I am halfway through moving towards that. I'd also like to thank Jamie Fleming, who reached out to me with his concerns. I definitely understand. And of course, then Michelle went and met with him. And so things kind of were worked out to the point that they were worked out. I understand about the need for carve-outs, and I understand about the need when technology is not there. But I also feel that it's very important to make a stand. I know that when you say that, you're talking symbolically, but I think we need a reach code that says no exemptions, and the industry must figure it out. There is a way to figure it out. And I believe there is a way. I think that there certainly are going to be examples of times when perhaps, what you have doesn't really work. And I did get the same email that everyone got from the contractor who puts in pools and spas, who says that it takes 2 to 3 days to heat these up. And that he does it with gas, and then he flips over to a heat pump. And, he was very clear that, he's been lauded by the Green Coalition. He is an example. He is not someone who's reactive. So I think when we make this vote, we need to understand that we are impacting people. And more than just carve-outs, but his business, for instance, a small business, and how he can, the transition for him is not something that he can wait for, because his business relies upon him being able to put these in. So we are deciding that we will offer or deem hardships for some people, because meaning livelihood, not meaning, I love spas and pools, so I'm not going to say anything about that. But, I am in favor of the REACH code. I am in favor of, I would like to have a hardship exemption, but I would like to modify in some way the infeasibility exemption, so that if it's incredibly hard, we call it infeasible. And I don't know, like we talked about, is infeasible just like totally impossible? It can't be done, like you'd have to go through rock or something? Like, what is infeasible? So that would be something I would like to have looked at. I also want to say that, I talked to both the Clean Power Alliance and the Chamber of Commerce on these issues. And so as part of our protocols, we have an ex parte agreement in there that we don't really use, where we disclose who we've talked to, not constituents, but organizations who have influenced us in what and how we think. And undoubtedly, the clean, I think you're the Clean Power Alliance, you might be the Clean Energy Alliance, but great help. So I don't like causing people problems. I don't like causing, small businesses problems. But in the end, I am going to support clean energy, however we end up calling it, without exemptions. Except for the infeasibility and potentially loosening the infeasibility into the, really, really, really hard kind of thing. Hardship, not financial hardship. We know that, everybody's going to come in and say, I can't afford it. It's like, well, you're building a new house. Yes, you can. So anyway, that is my comment. With everybody here, I really think, once again, we need to we need to look at the picture in a larger way. It is a systems problem here that we have so we need a climate action plan. We need to put all of these pieces together. We need to decide how we move next. But for right now, I'm going to vote for this. I'm going to vote that the people involved in this were of good intentions and honest will, and they did the absolute best work that they could do, and I couldn't appreciate it more for the 3 years that people have spent. And I know, Mayor, that you were a deep part of this, so certainly applaud your work on this. And I think, Sousa worked on it too, and so I definitely...
It was Michelle's neighbor.
I'm sorry. Susan,
okay.
Susan's like, she, we shouldn't even have to say anything about Sousa
right.
and her belief in climate action. That's a given. So anytime I say anything about anybody about climate action, you are included.
I was just remembering
I know.
when I was Michelle's neighbor.
Yeah. So anyway, that's really all I have to say. I'm very pleased and hope that we can move forward. And for those who don't get their carve-outs and who this will affect their small businesses, I'm truly, truly sorry. And I hope that there is a way to work around it for you.
Thank you. Well, I agree with Councilmember Rule. I think we should not have any exemptions, and I want to thank Serena Ellison for showing up and representing your generation, because we're doing it for you. And I think we really need to keep that in mind. And thank you to Ruth Cooper, because it's unfair to future generations to continue to have new gas hookups. That is clear. And the purpose of policy, as Ruth said, is to make our world better. And I'm sure many of you know that Ventura County is the fastest heating county in the contiguous United States. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, we have gone up 4.7 degrees Fahrenheit. And that is not a contest that we want to win. And we're already experiencing the effects of climate-driven human-caused aridification by more frequent floods and more frequent fires. That's a given. So it's really important at this time that Ojai does its part. And as I think, Michelle, you said, natural gas accounts for over half of Ojai's greenhouse gas emissions. So it's time, the time is past. We must act now. And just a little history on this ordinance, and Susan knows it better than I. This started before my time. It first passed in November 2020, with several loopholes that were added to the language by the former council majority. And over the last 3 years, the city, as James mentioned, has approved 5 new single-family residents and 109 ADUs. Because of all the loopholes in this law, only one of the 114 housing units approved was actually regulated by the code. So it really hasn't done anything so far. And so it's really time to eliminate those loopholes in this code and do it now for Serena and Serena's peers and all the other children. And as Councilmember Lang mentioned, Edison assures us that they're doing all the hardening, that this is coming, and that they will be able to provide the electric. And we are in an energy revolution, as Steve Colomé said. It's all happening now, and it's time for all of us to get on board. So I would support a clean REACH code with no exemptions. And as Councilmember Rule said, I don't want to cause any problems for anyone. I don't want any hardships for anyone. On the other hand, as adults, it is our responsibility to make the world habitable for our children, and we are not doing a good job. So I urge all of you to get on board, and I'm sorry about whatever hardship you might see in your life. On the other hand, we've got to do this now. So I'm ready to make a motion at any time. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Can we discuss 2 things? I want to add one more whereas, but first the title. Can we go back to the Ojai Greenhouse Gas Reduction Ordinance? I don't know why it got changed, but isn't that exactly what we're doing?
Yeah.
Ojai Greenhouse Gas Reduction?
And I would agree with you because it says what we're doing.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we can go back to that. And then I would like, under the first after the first whereas, a statement, for example, whereas the solution to the climate crisis is to dramatically reduce consumption of energy. Just a clean statement, so that people don't think that they're holier than thou because they're running electric air conditioners when they should be opening their windows at night, et cetera, et cetera. Preaching to the choir here, I hope.
Did you say that was the second whereas?
Okay, whereas the solution to the climate crisis is to dramatically reduce consumption of energy. And I have the understanding that we can look at this for another week. We may make some slight tweaks at the second reading. And of course, the public, if there's objections, you have a whole week to write us or stop us in the market.
Okay, Leslie.
I'm sorry, very quickly. I just want to second sort of Suze's ideas around consumption. We really should be drying our clothes in the sun and the wind. I mean, there's whole bunches that we can do that go way above and beyond. I mean, I can remember my grandmother putting the clothesline putting the clothes out on the clothesline. You know, so I know. So I think there's a lot to do, and once again, I would harken back to we need a climate action plan where all of these things
Yeah.
are incorporated, discussed, and the likes. So I think I've said enough.
Okay, are we ready for a motion?
So oh, yeah. I think you should make the motion
Okay,
as
I'll make
mayor.
a motion.
But can you add to the motion, or I'll amend it? I'll
Okay,
hear what you
okay.
say.
I'll make a motion to amend Ojai's existing REACH code by removing the exemptions, by including an infeasibility exemption, and by changing the name to the greenhouse gas reduction code.
And adding that,
Adding,
the whereas, second whereas. Whereas the solution to the climate crisis is to dramatically reduce consumption of energy.
I'll second.
okay, roll call, please.
Wait, I want to make an amendment, or a separate motion, that there be follow-up to have a climate action committee, or wherever we want, or should that be a separate motion?
So creating a climate action committee is not on tonight's agenda. So the
Okay.
council could, however, decide now to put that on a future agenda.
Okay.
So
Well,
just
can we
but
wait? We
separate
should,
from-
We should wait and agendize that at the end of the meeting for future council.
That would be okay too, to defer to future agenda items,
Yeah.
to see if there's
just
support for it.
a point of order. So you can actually put something, agendize something for the next meeting during the meeting as opposed to waiting to the end. I wasn't sure of that, so I'm asking for clarification.
Yes, either is fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's
Council
do it
can do
now,
so as the
don't
council
forget.
majority
Yeah.
desires. One last point, if I may. Staff identified one minor typo that we would also request to be fixed if we're introducing the ordinance. Section 91716 exemptions A2, granting of exemption, there's a reference to appeal to the council. That should be planning commission and council, as was stated in subsection A4 on the next page.
Where is that?
Thank you.
What page? Page 3?
Attachment A, page 5. The very last line, it says, if the director determines it's infeasible for the applicant to meet the requirements, the director may grant the exemption subject to appeal to the council. That needs to be planning commission and council as reflected on the next page, where the appeal
Okay,
process is detailed.
okay. That makes more sense.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Matt. All right, roll call, please, Weston?
Yes. Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
All right, wonderful. Okay, we just passed 5-0, a greenhouse gas reduction code with no exemptions. So we will, love those hearts. Okay, we will take a 5-minute break and we'll come back with rent stabilization. Thank you.
They like it.
All right, we are back. Could you take your seats, please? All right, we are moving on to item number 3. Quiet, please. Thank you. Rent stabilization and tenant protection. Tonight, we will be receiving a report from staff and providing direction. So this is the first time that we've talked about it. James, we have a staff report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I did want to just start briefly by noting, so unlike the last item we had kind of fully vetted over the years, and we had gotten to the point of drafting and adopting ordinances, and we were revising that ordinance. Tonight will be the first time in at least for the last several years, that we've talked about rent stabilization and tenant protection and measures that can be put in place by the city. So this is the initial discussion related to rent stabilization and tenant protection. We're looking for direction from the council about which measures, if any, the council wants to have staff prepare and bring back at a future meeting that can then be adopted. So with that in mind, the presentation will be sort of laying out kind of the options, and then the council can provide that direction, and we'll return at a future meeting. As we go through rent stabilization, there's kind of 4 main areas that kind of get encapsulated into rent stabilization. That's rent stabilization provisions themselves, but also tenant protections, relocation assistance, and then penalties and enforcement related to those measures. So we're going to go through a little bit of those. Each of them, most of them have, some state law limitations or state law measures in place. And so we'll go through some of those and talk about what the city can do, and then we'll get that direction from the council. So, but keep those 4 areas in mind. As an overview for rent stabilization, I won't go through this too word by word, but very basically, the state there's a state law, the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act, and that permits the city to, or it prohibits the city from imposing rent control, but permits the city to enact a rent stabilization ordinance that is applicable to apartments specifically that were built and approved for occupancy before February 1st, 1995. So just that's a key point that we'll probably come back to several times during our discussion. But essentially, the state doesn't allow us to implement rent stabilization on houses built newer than February 1st, 1995, or on single-family homes or condominiums. It's limited to apartments built before February 1st, 1995. And that, again, is state law, so that's a limitation that we have on us. Did I miss?
One other key point is that the city can impose, with council approval, rent stabilization, but not rent control. The difference is for the multifamily housing built before, occupancy rather, before February 1st, 1995, the city can limit the increases of rents as the tenancy moves from initial tenancy to second lease, third lease, et cetera, first year, second year, third year. The city cannot set the initial rental rate for a multifamily housing unit. That would be rent control. That was only, some cities can do that. They had systems in place that predated Costa-Hawkins. The city, Ojai does not, so we cannot adopt pure rent control, which is called vacancy decontrol, where upon any vacancy of a tenant, so they leave, they are evicted, any ending of a tenancy, the city cannot set the new initial rental rate, but once a tenancy is established, if adopted, the city could limit the amount of increases. So that's the difference between rent control and rent stabilization. Mm-hmm. But there's a state law that overrides part of that, as James will note.
Mm-hmm. And so very simply, what can we regulate? We can regulate apartments built before February 1st, 1995. And we can regulate the rental increases for those units. So that's kind of the area that we're able to enact rent stabilization under state law. And then just a little bit more background. The state adopted statewide rent stabilization, AB 1482, on January 1st, 2020. That law prevents landlords from raising the rent of a unit by more than 5%, plus the rate of inflation up to a maximum of 10% in a year. So statewide, there's rent stabilization applied via AB 1482, and that limits the increases. It prevents landlords from raising the rent by more than 5%, plus the rate of inflation up to a maximum of 10% per year. And that's the state, I'm just repeating, that's the state law that's currently in place.
And
So-
one more detail on that. The state law has a different set of things that it applies to. It's captured on the second bullet there. The state AB 1482, the Tenant Protection Act, applies to multifamily. It also applies to some single family and some condos. The trigger is dependent upon ownership. If a condo or a single family is owned by an LLC or a corporation or a trust, it's subject to these rules. If it's owned by a natural person, it's who owns less than 4 units total, it's exempt.
Thank you. So we looked at a couple of cities that had recently passed rent stabilization. So kind of, the cities are in the same kind of box that we're in, for lack of a better word, where again, we can only regulate those houses built prior to that February 1st, 1995 date, and only apartments. So Oxnard and Bell Gardens recently did adopt rent stabilization that does apply to those types of units, units that fit into that category. The Oxnard rent stabilization that was adopted a little less than a year ago and went into effect in June of 2022. It includes, they set the maximum rent increase per year at 4%, and also put a limit saying that there could be no more than one increase per in any 12-month period. Bell Gardens also adopted a rent stabilization over the last 6 months. Theirs says that the maximum permissible annual rent increase is 50% of the consumer price index for inflation, or 4%, whichever is less. So essentially capping it at 4%. And so we include those as some examples of how some cities have adopted rent stabilization, and as kind of paths that we may want to model our rent stabilization after. And so that's kind of piece one. We said at the beginning that there's 4 main pieces for rent stabilization that we're looking for direction. One would be, do we want to have a limit on the annual increases to rent? That's kind of the first question. And if so, what would that be? Second question, or kind of second key component, is tenant protection. Obviously, the tenant protection aspect is very important, because if somebody can just evict someone and reset the rate, then the rent stabilization isn't really going to protect anybody. It's not going to ever be enforced. So with the rent stabilization, most agencies that adopt rent stabilization also adopt a Tenant Protection Act. The state law, AB 1482, that we mentioned earlier, prohibits landlords from terminating leases or from not renewing leases without just cause. I'm sorry, I hit a button. There's a box in the middle of my screen here. Give me 1 second. So the state law prohibits landlords from terminating a lease or not renewing a lease without just cause if the tenant has legally occupied the unit for 12 months. So once the tenant is legally occupying a unit for a year, they have the tenant protections. Obviously, one of the questions that often comes up is, what is a just cause eviction, and what are the at fault reasons that would that a landlord may be able to use. And so an at-fault eviction does not entitle tenants to any relocation benefits. So if the tenant is evicted at fault, they are not protected. Reasons that qualify for that are failure to pay rent, a material breach of the lease, maintaining a nuisance, refusal to agree to a lease agreement, criminal activity in the property, subletting or assignment without the owner permission, or refusing to leave after receiving a formal notice to vacate. So if if the tenant does any of those things, the eviction would be at fault. They would not receive, they often do not receive tenant protections or relocation benefits. A no-fault eviction, however, would entitle a tenant to relocation benefits. There's 4 main reasons for a no-fault eviction. And those are listed on this slide: an intent by the owner or the owner's family to occupy the units themselves, which is one that I think we do hear that a lot in Ojai. A lot of times when people are having to evict somebody, it's because they're planning to move a family member in, for example. Another would be just taking the unit off the rental market, oftentimes for the property owner to move in, or just they've decided not to rent it anymore. Third, the owner's compliance with a government order that requires vacating the unit. That's a less common situation. Or an intent to substantially remodel the unit. That's another one I think we hear a lot in Ojai, where somebody decides they're going to do a full remodel of a unit and they evict the tenant for that reason. So those are the 4 reasons that are considered no-fault evictions. And so if somebody gets evicted for those reasons, they are entitled to the tenant protections and the relocation benefits under most tenant protection acts.
Can I ask you a question, or do I have to
Sure.
give it to you? Because I'm afraid I'll forget.
Sure.
It applies to this. Okay.
Microphone, please.
Are we still only, we're not talking about single-family homes, right? We're only talking about apartments or condominiums?
So tenant protection ordinances can be applied to a broader set. You can apply tenant protection ordinances to single-family homes. Oxnard, for example, did so.
Okay. Okay, so let's take, I can think of 3 real-life examples. How would this protect the residents living in the cottages and the bungalows if they lose their current tenant protection? If we have this in place, and the voters decide to whatever, I don't want to get into that right now, but
We can answer that. I think the simple answer, so in a situation like that, if there was no negotiated tenant protection, this would apply if it was adopted and in place by that time.
okay.
And whichever is stronger would control. So without, again, going into the details, if the voters approve the referendum, and if the tenant protections in that end up stronger than the tenant protections in any ordinance, the stronger will control.
Okay, all right, and then another example, for example, is at the apartments on, Ojai Garden Apartments, okay. So the tenants there have had steady rent increases that are way beyond the 5 and 10%. And for example, if someone dies, then the rent for the next tenant went up $1,000 according to what a neighbor reported. How does that work in a situation like that?
So under the rent stabilization, assuming, and I believe that those are apartments built before February 1st of 1995, if we were to adopt rent stabilization, we can't set the initial rate for rent. So when one tenant leaves and another one comes in, in this case, if it was somebody passes away, the next tenant comes in, we can't set that initial rate, but the future increases would be limited to whatever percentage we set.
Okay, so that's not good, just a step, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a
Okay,
step.
and then,
but it's the step that's the step that the state has allowed us to have, essentially.
So are you saying that, saying in what's happening all over Ojai, what happened to me, an investor bought the property that I'd leased for 8 years. My lease ran out, she bought the property just before my lease ran out. If under that, her excuse, she could make up reasons why I'd have to move, because they could say you have to move because of the remodel. And I could argue, well, I'll come back after your remodel. The remodel took like 3 or 4 months, wasn't not that big of a deal. And then they can make up and say a family member has to move in, which is landlords can say anything that isn't necessarily true.
Yes, but the
typically
nice thing about if we did do some of these things we talk about is that those would be considered no-fault evictions, and you would be entitled to some protection and relocation benefits.
Yeah, that would be great.
And so, it's not the cure-all, and
No.
that's part of the problem, and I think that's one of the reasons why in California, it's difficult to afford anywhere in California, but, especially Ventura County and especially Ojai. But, so there isn't the cure-all, but this is a step to protect people in those situations where currently there's not that level of protection.
Uh-huh.
So.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
Okay. And then I think a key thing that Matt said that I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost is so the rent stabilization, we have that kind of narrow apartments built before a certain period that we can apply things to, or apply rent stabilization to. Some of these other areas like tenant protections, we actually could make them more broad. And so I think that's a key piece, because the first reaction when we probably talked about rent stabilization from a lot of people was probably apartments before 1995 is not the majority of our units, so how is this going to help me? And the rent stabilization is limited to that, but some of these other protections are not limited to that, and they would help the majority of tenants in Ojai.
Can I ask? Most of the apartment buildings are built before 1995.
Yeah.
Well, yes, apartments. I'm saying that we have a lot of renters who live in single-family homes, and we aren't. We do have a fair amount of apartments, but we're not. I do think we're still majority single-family home or residences, so or condominiums or duplexes, so those are the ones that are kind of preempted from rent stabilization.
So if I could, before your question, if I could state that a little, it's worth putting a pin on. The council cannot regulate the initial rental rate for single-family rentals, period. State law imposes some limits on some single-family rentals for increases during a tenancy, but that's state law. The city can impose no-fault eviction, tenant protections for single families, period, if adopted by council. So that's where the distinction is important. For single-family rentals, we can't touch the rent amount, but we can touch the eviction reasons, if approved by council.
And this applies even if there's a change in the landlord.
Correct, because it's single-family. That's what's exempt by state law from rent stabilization.
And a lot of our housing stock is before 1995. We have
Almost all of it.
Yeah, so it should help.
It'll help us do apartments. It'll help us, all of it for evictions. It'll help us do apartments for rent stabilization if the council were to adopt it.
Okay. There's a couple more slides, but I thought I saw
go
some
ahead.
questions.
I've got a question.
Sure.
So I understand that you can adopt provisions that would allow the tenant to retain an attorney to challenge an eviction, and if they prevailed, the tenant prevailed, the landlord could be required to pay the tenant's attorney fees? Are we contemplating anything like that?
That's not a provision I have heard of. As noted, we've done a initial dive, not a deep dive, pending further direction. We can take a look at that if desired, a shifting attorney fees clause.
Yeah, not not a prevailing fees clause, but a tenant prevailing.
If the tenant wins, the landlord pays. If the tenant loses, the tenant pays.
Correct.
Yeah, we can take a look at that if it's desired by the majority.
Okay, keep going. Okay. Let me try to share my PowerPoint again. So kind of the next kind of area to talk about and to consider is relocation assistance. And so this is another area that when somebody is evicted, making sure that they are getting some sort of assistance from the landlord to help pay the costs to relocate. It's just another form of protection. It's another kind of tool in the tool belt of all these things to try to make sure that if there is rent stabilization, that people aren't being evicted and thrown out on the street without any sort of assistance. So it's another piece of that. Again, the state law AB 1482 entitles tenants to relocation assistance from a landlord worth 1 month's rent if it's a no-fault eviction. Now, as a reminder, the no-fault evictions were those 4 categories that we named, like remodeling or moving a family member in and displacing the prior resident. So currently, the state law is that that person would get 1 month's rent if there's a no-fault eviction. And the state law also allows a current tenant to accept that assistance in the form of not paying their last month's rent. And so it's not a huge relocation assistance. It's basically if they're asked to leave, they don't have to pay their last month's rent, or they get 1 month's rent payment. So it's another situation where a lot of cities have gone above and beyond that point, and as we're talking about it, we may want to consider it. Oxnard, in their recent rent stabilization and tenant protection, they required a landlord to provide 2 months rent for relocation or $5,000, whichever is greater of those two. So it could exceed $5,000 if the rent is high enough for a no-fault eviction. Bell Gardens required a payment equal to three times the rent, and that one it was just flat 3 times monthly rent. So, and then they also created a category for qualified tenants, which are seniors, families with children, low-income households, and tenants who had been in a residence for more than 5 years, where they actually get an extra month's rent when they're asked to leave as well. So those groups get 4 months rent when they have to relocate in Bell Gardens due to a no-fault eviction. So you could see that Oxnard's essentially goes double the state minimum. Bell Gardens goes 3 to 4 times the state minimum. So it's another tool just to make sure, trying to protect people from the situation where somebody does decide to evict. And, the example Councilmember Francina gave of if somebody says, well, I'm just going to remodel. Well, this requires a big enough payment that it's a deterrent to not do that unless you're really going to remodel and it's really going to be it's worth doing at that point if you're paying those fees. So the last piece of kind of the 4 pieces for rent stabilization and tenant protection are penalties and enforcement. We looked at a lot of ordinances where the penalties were pretty minor. I think we had found one city where essentially the $50 citation that the city would write for leaf blowers would be the $50 citation they would write for violations of their tenant protection and rent stabilization. And I think the key point to that is if there's not a real penalty or a real enforcement process, it's not going to be followed. It's not going to be implemented. So we looked, and again, one of the reasons we used Oxnard and Bell Gardens as the 2 models is they were 2 cities that kind of were a little bit more aggressive. Oxnard took the path of issuing civil citations prior to a prosecution of a misdemeanor infraction or civil injunction. They also in their ordinance, allow the tenant to take civil action against the property owner who intentionally violates the ordinance for damages 3 times the amount to what the payment, 3 times the amount of damages is the potential penalty. Bell Gardens, they have an administrative citation process through the city, and then they actually allow for daily citations and daily violations. And then any person violating the ordinance could also receive a civil penalty of $1,000 for each violation and shall be found guilty of a misdemeanor. So theirs is fairly aggressive as well. I think I thought we had a third example, but I don't see it. So it's just the fourth piece of kind of the puzzle would be, how we would want to handle those enforcement issues. Whether the Oxnard version is fairly aggressive, but it also puts the burden on the tenant to, in some cases, to file for a civil action, whereas Bell Gardens was an administrative citations and a penalty of up to $1,000 for each violation. So it's just, there's a couple different paths there. But those were 2 of the more aggressive, with one going down each path. The Oxnard version doing the civil citations and the Bell Gardens having the administrative citations. So with that being said, going back to the first slide, again, so what we're looking for tonight is direction on the rent stabilization, the tenant protections, the relocation assistance, and the penalties and enforcement. And then with that direction, we'd move forward in researching and drafting for a return to City Council. So with that, we can answer any questions.
Thank you, James. Questions from council? Leslie?
So if you build an ADU, a detached ADU, in a single-family residence, you all of a sudden go to multifamily, multifamily in some cases and duplexes in others. There is, so all of a sudden you build an ADU. It used to be a single family, but now at least for property tax purposes, and I'm not sure, how this plays out, it is now a multifamily or a duplex. I know that there is a provision there that duplexes, even though they're not single family, are exempt if it's owner occupied, right?
And the owner owns both sides.
And the owner owns, well, you can't not own both sides right now, unless you do a particular kind of
split it.
Yeah, kind of strange movement. So I'm wondering if you could clarify that. So I'm a single family owner and I build an ADU, and now all of a sudden my place is not single family, at least for tax purposes. It's now a duplex or a multifamily, depending on who's looking at it. But there is an exemption so I'm not a single family. So
I'm happy to clarify.
Pardon me?
I can clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Costa-Hawkins exempts single-family homes, including ADUs.
Including ADUs.
Correct.
Okay, great.
The tax treatment is irrelevant to Costa-Hawkins. If you add an ADU, it's exempt.
Really, it's irrelevant. Excuse me, it's irrelevant to property taxes are one thing, but the housing
game.
laws is totally different. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Other questions?
And as noted, that the rent stabilization component, ADUs are exempt. The tenant protection component, ADUs could be applied to it.
Thank you.
Because single families aren't exempt for that.
Thank you.
Rachel?
Would owner occupied also, or owner, like a duplex or an ADU, would that tenant protections would we could have those as well?
Yeah, tenant protections,
But
but
that
not
would be
rent
exempt.
stabilization.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Okay, great. All right, we'll move on to public comment. First, we have Sherry Ann Kate, then Michelle Panero, and then Anita Hendricks.
Hi. I've lived in the city of Ojai now for 35 years, and I've seen many low-income people in my time here, and a lot of them, you know, they don't even have transportation. They have to rely on the trolley to get to school or the doctor or the dentist or the grocery store. And I wanted to point out that the trolley drivers don't even come close to being able to afford even that one very low-income unit that the previous city council approved. That the top-paid trolley driver, it would eat up 39% of his income for that one unit. So, you know, I understand rent stabilization, listening to all of this, and that's fine. I think what you're proposing sounds a bit like a Band-Aid on a much bigger problem. And I don't have any suggestions about how you fix affordable housing in Ojai. I looked at, you know, the county's definitions of low income, and they're already outdated. I think, you know, they don't represent Ojai's pandemic-related real estate price boom. You know, they're just unrealistic. I'd love to see them be updated, but at any rate, you know, I would like to urge this council to find a way. I mean, great, do the rent stabilization, but how are our employers going to even find employees that live here to wait the tables and clean the houses and teach our children and fight our fires if they can't afford to live here? You know, this is a really big, it's like the elephant in the room. So, you know, maybe you could come up with a bigger picture about what are we going to do about this? I mean, maybe there's nothing to be done. Maybe it's hopeless, but I hope not. So maybe I heard about this unit or group of units on Montgomery and Franklin where it's some kind of a cooperative venture between the city and, yeah, that I forget the name of that.
Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah, Habitat for, somehow, you know, maybe it would be great if we could have like a task force to look into how in the world are we going to deal with this. So thank you. I urge you to continue to conduct business with civility. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry Ann. Next, we have Michelle Pinero, then Anita Hendricks, and then Grace Malloy.
Hello again. So I live in Ojai with my husband and my 4-year-old daughter, and we own our home. And I love this town. I love the people that are here. I love it so much that I ran for city council. And even though I'm not up on that dais tonight, I am committed to going through and seeing through the promises that I made during my campaign. So some of you may not know, I've been a renter for essentially my entire life. Every house that I grew up in my childhood was rented, and I moved 10 times by the time I was 12 years old. And up until 5 years ago, I also was a renter. My home growing up was housing cost burdened, meaning that my parents paid more than 1/3 of their income toward rent. I experienced firsthand the stress, the instability, and the emotional toll of being priced out of where I was from. It's well known, and studies have proven that rental increases reduce financial resources that could be invested in children, and high rents prevent people from investing in their own futures and stability. I know that you all believe in a sustainable and a livable Ojai because you campaigned on it, and sustainability is not achieved if people's basic needs are not met. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention what is happening in our public schools at the moment. And with so many changes and closures, it is imperative that as a community we support those who are most vulnerable and just provide relief from the stress where we can. And so that's why I'm here tonight as a constituent, as a citizen, as your neighbor, in support of a strong rent stabilization and no-fault eviction protection ordinance, which will allow renters in good standing a chance at staying in Ojai for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Anita Hendricks, then Grace Malloy, and then Michelle Ellison. Okay, Grace Malloy?
Grace couldn't make it.
Okay, Michelle Ellison? And then we have Jay Simons, and Larry Steingold.
My comment will be really brief. I just want to say I think this is great that you're looking into this. I'm in support of rent stabilization with over, as I understand, half of our residents being renters and very minimal protections currently available to them. I think this is a great step in the right direction, so I encourage you to do something good here. Thanks.
Okay, next we have Jay Simons, see here? Yep. And then Larry Steingold, and then Sabrina Venskis.
Happy Valentine's Day to the council. At least I hope it's still Valentine's Day. You guys are. Anyway, Ojai monthly publisher Brett Bradigan mused on the issues of Ojai's inequality, lack of affordable housing, and homelessness in his Homes on the Range comments in the January issue. He said, quote, "The vast gulf of privilege that separates us doesn't feel sustainable," end quote. And, quote, "Ojai has long been a place of inequality, as is any affluent place where most of the people who work here can't afford to live here," end quote. So one important way to begin to address this inequality is a well-crafted rent stabilization ordinance that will protect good tenants to the fullest extent of the law. Simply Ojai has a cogent synopsis on its website in summary of a petition encouraging the city's adoption of a rent stabilization ordinance. And they say, quote, "As Ojai continues to be heavily marketed as a tourist destination, and the beautiful place to live that it is, of course, and despite a dearth of good-paying local jobs, residential rental rate increases have far outpaced the relatively modest increases in the incomes of most renters who live here. As a result, many longtime Ojai residents have been priced out and forced to move elsewhere. In an effort to increase fairness and stability, and to the extent California law allows, we respectfully request that the Ojai City Council enact a strong rent stabilization and no-fault eviction protection ordinance that will afford members of our community that do not own their home but pay their rent on time and follow the rules a better chance of remaining in Ojai for the long term." End quote. Implementing the stabilization ordinance will be a first small step in addressing some of the inequalities in our community housing. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Next, we have Larry Steingold, then Sabrina Venskis, and then Jeffrey Starkweather.
I agree with a lot of what that young man said. But a lot of this, I think we need a actual committee to look at all the parts of rent stabilization and rent, whatever, excuse me, because it's all based on money. And the only real way to help, and I've been asked to present this, is that most of the tenants who are here are long-term Ohioans, and they can't afford to live here. And the only real way that you can actually help them today is to raise the TOT and put the burden of lowering the rents on the people who have caused raising the rents. It is the people who are visiting here. And I know no one likes to hear it, because the last thing I want to do is raise taxes, okay? But these people have caused, the success of Ojai is all very nice, but these million people have caused us the problem. And no new construction for 12, 15, 20 years. I have no idea whether it's a secret cabal of people here, not here because you haven't been here long enough to stop stuff, but other people have been here. And all this stuff, why is it stopped? Why is there no new construction? The rules, the regulations, this has all caused this. I mean, look, I like Ojai. I love it here. I like going out and seeing Ojai every day, quiet and small and what have you, and deal with everything. But these people cannot afford to live here, even with rents being stabilized. If you offered them an extra $500 a month, they'd be ecstatic. because that would cut their rent and they could live here and go out to have a coffee, even an expensive coffee. But it's not the point. The point is nobody's helping them. Okay? They're stabilizing the rent. So what? You got inflation going this way. You got inflation coming this way. You got gas. You got fees. The rents. Define what rent is, please. Does rent include property taxes? Does it include building insurance? Does it include electric, water, sewer? When the landlord starts cutting all the pieces out and it's a triple net lease, the rent will go up 4 to 5 or 10%, and all the other expenses are going to get passed through. I don't know how that works, but with this program. But I just think you really should think about raising taxes to pay down the rents.
Thank you, Larry. Next, Sabrina Venskis, then Jeffrey Starkweather, then Carol Smith.
Hi, I'm really excited. This is my name is Sabrina Venskis. I'm really excited that this is before the council. I know, Sousa, you and I have been talking for a couple of years now about rent stabilization coming before the council. I'm really excited to see it. Over 40 cities in California now have passed rent stabilization ordinances. I've provided you some materials tonight I just want to quickly go through, but I do want to say that rent stabilization is so important because it really creates stable communities. Why is that? Because people can be sure that their rent will be increased annually by a specific amount and a specific amount only, and they can actually budget for that on an annual basis. It also means that people are able to be confident that they won't be evicted willy-nilly just because somebody wants them out because they want to sell the property or because they want to jacket the rent by an obscene amount. And what that means is that they get to continue to live there. And what that means is that their children get to continue to live there. And what that means is their children get to continue to go the same school year after year. And it means that people can be sure that they can be involved in their community. And it means that they're close to their doctor and they're close to their church. And they can do that over the long term. So we see that it really creates stable communities. Rent stabilization, I say, equals stable communities. I want to go through this material with you very quickly because I say only have an hour, minute and a half. I think there's going to be some really important things that need to go into whatever rent stabilization, just cause eviction ordinance. And I've provided you some materials here. I want you to see that there are jurisdictions such as West Hollywood and Los Angeles that limit their rent increases to 3%. LA right now is 0% because of the COVID thing. I want you to see the relocation assistance that's provided by some of these other cities. Like, for example, LA, you'll see here what the relocation assistance is if there is a just cause eviction. It's pretty significant. Same with West Hollywood. Go ahead and take a look at those relocation assistance. We're talking $20,000 sometimes dollars for qualified tenants. So I think looking at some of the bigger cities and seeing what their relocation assistance is and seeing what their rent caps are will help you maybe find a happy balance. The other thing that I want to mention to you is that, and Sousa, you had mentioned, what do you do when a landlord they'll just say that they're going to move somebody in, or they want to substantially renovate their units. There's ways to handle that, and some of the cities have done that. If you look at Los Angeles's rent stabilization ordinance and just cause eviction ordinance, you'll see, look at section 151.09 and 151.30. It talks about having, the landlord has to have a good faith intent to, for example, use a just cause eviction. And if the landlord doesn't, then the landlord is on the hook to the tenant for what we call a wrongful eviction. So there are, the language has already been crafted and tested in court. And if you look at some of these cities, you'll find that
Sabrina.
that would be very helpful.
Quiet, please.
Okay.
Excuse me. I'm running the meeting. If you could all be quiet. Thank you, Sabrina. Time's up.
Wait.
You have a question?
Leave. Yes. Mayor, I also think this is an appropriate time, if she needs more time, to grant it, because she is an expert on this. But, okay.
Council agrees.
Yeah, I mean, if you need to finish. But I have a couple questions. Here's the thing that's happening in Ojai. There's a new trend. Only monthly rentals, and they're furnished.
Yeah, so
and that's a big problem because they can just make, you have no protection at all. You're so desperate. I haven't done it because I will not move month to month. I want a lease. And I mean, what happens then? Because that's like a 30-day short-term rental. It's even furnished so it's even easier for you to leave. So that's a trend. If you look at Zillow and all these other rental places. The other thing is that I no longer have Section 8. I knew it wasn't going to work because the rents are so high. But I'm in touch with several women who have looked for 6 months. They don't have any restrictions like I do. They look all over the valley, and people are not taking Section 8. And I'm working on a report for our liaison to Area Housing Authority, Betsy Watson, because one reason people don't want their homes inspected because they're not up to code. If the house is is affordable, it's probably not up to code, and they don't want anybody causing trouble, and they don't want people they can't evict. So we have to. This is a huge conversation. This is just the beginning of it.
Yeah, so
I'm an expert on it too.
I can't really speak to the Section 8 issue because really I don't practice in that area all that much. I know a little bit, but I don't think I can get in the nuances like you would want me personally. But I can say with respect to the 30-day rentals, the way that the other cities, the bigger cities handle that is that if you enter into a lease agreement, it continues on a month-to-month basis as a matter of law. So you can't actually play that game for an example, LA or Santa Monica or West Hollywood. So you might want to really look at those ordinances. I think Oxnard's a good start, and it's a good kind of basis, but I think it needs to be tweaked a bit so that gamesmanship that you talked about can't happen. And if it does, then the landlord's on the hook for a wrongful eviction.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Carol Smith, and then Dave Lynn.
Thank you. I support us developing all these tools. However, a lot of research shows that they can have unintended consequences if we're not really careful how we craft these. And looking at big cities, I think is a real mistake because they have massive bureaucracies. We have no enforcement. I mean, we're not even enforcing the stuff we have now. Susan can speak to that. We're not checking every eviction and checking, Section 8, you can't deny people. But is anybody enforcing that? No.
No.
So we're talking about adding more restrictions. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I would say one thing. All the studies I've seen say that rent stabilization, none of these tools work unless you're also building affordable housing. And I'll give you an example, the two cities that you have as your examples. The city of Oxnard. It had a RHNA number. They've met 67.5% of the RHNA numbers. They've built 1,960 units, and they've approved 2,965 units. We've approved none. Bell Gardens, they approved 193 residents and 40 ADUs. They're a town of maybe twice the size of us. Okay, so 193. And that was, these were from 2014 to 2020. So I think that, interesting, I'm getting low here. In the last discussion, Susan talked about the best way to reduce greenhouse gas is to lower consumption. The best way to lower consumption, because we're talking about houses and buildings, is to reduce the size. That's why we ought to be doing low impact, small, affordable housing units in this town, because that would be doing two birds at one stone. Plus, when we look at our greenhouse gas inventory that came from Ventura, it didn't include our highways, which is one of our biggest producers of greenhouse gas. 86% of our workers have to commute in. So I think this needs to be part of a much larger picture, and I have proposed kind of a detailed way to develop a housing committee to look at all this stuff, and that's, I think, would be the next direction to go, rather than you all trying to figure something out here without having studied the details of our town and the details of what the impact would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Carol Smith, then Dave Lynn, and then Joe McDonald.
The only way that we can meet our housing needs, our RENA needs, our school needs. We have no children in our system. Where the school district, if it loses more kids, they are going to be enfolded into Ventura Unified. Absolutely. The number of kids who go to private schools from the 70s, it's no different than now. I think it's 15%. But we have no children. We have no children because their parents who work here would love to live here, and they have nowhere to live. Starting with people's self-help years ago. They came up, I was on the council, I think Ron and Rod, we looked at all these nice sites where things could be built. We looked at a site on the side of what was Libby Parkland, but it was all on a slope. But it could have been, made into little stairways and build apartments. Well, one very prominent member of our city gave a big speech on how we can't lose our parkland. Oh my God, what's going to happen to our parkland? We knew the stairway plate was just weeds, and it led down to the bus, where the city keeps their buses and terminals and all. It was disgraceful what he did. They looked at 3 other sites. Again, oh no, we can't build anything in Ojai. We need to have people who work in Ojai, come here, have a nice 2-bedroom little apartment they can afford, send their 2 or 3 kids to Ojai Unified. I'm telling you, this town is going to become nothing but wheelchairs and walkers if we don't start really being serious about allowing for housing. And the housing would be new. It would be on the new codes. We would have children again in our town. I see small children sometimes. I said, oh, what a rarity. So this is the only real red stabilization may help. There are so many old people in here who do have Section 8. And they stay in their apartment, and they will never leave that apartment. There's no turnover. We don't have turnover in this town. Years ago, when the inn expanded, well, here was an opportunity because we're going to be much bigger, much more traffic, pollution on the road. And there was an opportunity that came up, well, we can build 40 units for our workers and this and that. The opposition from the Build Nothing group was so strong that it finally came down to the inn bought the building. And I just finished, this is a good story. The inn landed up buying the apartment building. You know, when you make a right turn on Country Club Drive and you're going towards the east end, you have the real estate office, and then you have an apartment building, 2-story, nice little apartment building. They bought that and said, as there's tenant turnover, then we could offer an apartment to one of our employees. There's no tenant turnover.
May I ask you? I read that they evicted some of the tenants.
Maybe, I don't know.
And back then, those tenants had a place to move.
They may have been evicted some.
Yeah, they evicted them.
I understand they would not evict anyone. They would only turn over the apartment when somebody left to one of their employees. But what I'm saying is that how much new housing did we get from all these new people? Nothing. Yeah. Absolutely nothing. So that's why we're in trouble, folks. We need children. Our school district is in, please, it's just too much what's happening. Our town is radically changing, and not in a good way. We need housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next, we have Dave Lynn, then Joe McDonald.
I'm good. Enough comments were said.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Okay, Joe McDonald and Sharon Mahari.
Hello, City Council. I just want to voice my strong support of the rental stabilization. And I saw that St. Paul, Minnesota limits theirs to 3%. And the voters put that on the ballot and they voted for that. And so take a look at St. Paul, Minnesota. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Sharon Mahari?
Happy Valentine's. I just want to say I know that rent stabilization has a lot of support, and I support it. But I think we have to be really, really careful about how we structure it, because there's the renter and, there's the tenant side, there's also the landlord side. What I don't want to see is the small business owners, the people who own these relatively small apartment buildings in Ojai, getting to the point where they can't afford to have them anymore. They're not making enough money to keep them up. Look at the cottages. Do we want all of our apartment buildings to be like that? And what happens then is they sell them in distress to guess who? Big corporations who want to put in big, fancy, luxury condos or apartments. And that's not what we want. So I'm just saying, let's be careful in how we structure the tenant, like the $5,000 in the Oxnard is making landlords pay and that sort of thing, because it does have serious repercussions. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Weston, any comments online?
Yes, Mayor. First, we will have Max Sherman, followed by Anita. Max, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Max Sherman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles, AGWA, as we're also known. At tonight's council meeting, the City Council received a report on rent stabilization and tenant protections. The association strongly opposes advancement of any such local measures, as it will only drive more small, independent rental housing providers out of business and destroy the likelihood of additional affordable rental housing being built in Ojai. Instead, we encourage the city to look for positive actions to help renters and rental housing providers alike by creating a new city rental subsidy targeted towards those renters who need it. Our membership is more than 80% mom and pop rental housing providers with fewer than 5 units, including those in Ojai. They work regular jobs for years to eventually save up enough money to buy a property to secure their retirement. They believe in providing housing to others in their community that do not own their own homes. They provide the majority of affordable rental housing. Rent stabilization is a policy that destroys small, independent rental housing owners' retirements and punishes all renters to benefit a privileged few. Rent stabilization forces mom and pop rental housing providers to sell their buildings to large corporations that only care about their bottom line, or developers that build new luxury buildings with more amenities and far greater rent to maximize their return on investment and avoid existing statewide rent increase limitations, such as AB 1482. Ojai renters already have statewide protections provided by AB 1482 that limit the amount of rent increases and provide just cause protections and relocation fees for no-fault evictions. There's no data in the staff report evidencing any widespread problem with rent increases in Ojai or specific problems with rental housing providers of any type. AGLA strongly encourages the Ojai City Council to receive and file the report regarding rent stabilization and tenant protections without taking any further action on it. Instead, we urge the city to explore alternative policies that will help all renters and rental housing providers, such as expediting construction of affordable housing, mediation efforts, subsidies to renters, and other policies. AGLA would welcome the opportunity to share its extensive experience with the City Council and work towards targeted and equitable rental housing solutions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Can you stay on the line for a moment, please?
Yes.
I had trouble hearing some of what you said. Could you possibly email your statement to the city and have them distribute it?
Oh, yeah, of course. We've already emailed our comment before the meeting.
There's already, I have all the comments here. So your comment is in already in the record?
Yes, our comment should be on record.
Yeah, I believe I saw that in there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Max.
Okay, next
you.
we have Anita, followed by Bill Miley and Matthew Buck. Anita, you have the floor.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. First, I just want to say my cottage is great. I'm in it right now. It's lovely. I love it. You know, it's not run down. It's strong, sturdy, old, well built. I actually have been making sure I shut my kitchen cabinets all the way right now because they're so well protected. It might protect the stuff in the cabinet if there were an earthquake. But anyway, on to the topic tonight, the tenant protection and the rent stabilization. I'm so thankful you're looking at this. Too many people who are the essence of work together building what Ojai is today, that all the tourists are attracted to and that everyone wants to move here for, are kind of being kicked to the curb in a lot of ways because they're not as financially driven as some other people are. They're more, you know, what we would call the cultural creatives. They have a whole different set of values. And if we lose that in our community, we lose big time. So I would just like to thank you for taking this up. And I would also like to hope that you will look at the housing stock that sits empty for most of the entire their lifetime. And sometimes it's even a tax scam to cheat on not having to pay taxes on the property. Anyway, you know, there could be tax revenue for the city from that even, but that's a huge problem. And I actually think that's the biggest problem that we have with our housing in Ojai is a number of housing that have been bought, but no one lives in them. Anyway, thank you so much. Happy Valentine's, everyone. And thank you again, city staff, mayor, council. You work very hard for all of us, and we appreciate you. Good night.
Thank you, Anita.
Next we have Bill Miley, followed by Matthew Buck and Renee. Mr. Miley, you have the floor.
I am here. Hello. So our options are rent control, rent stabilization, rent subsidy, and Section 8 is an example of that. We need to consider a new source from our housing trust fund and develop a transfer tax for our rent burden residents. Another option would be a rental owners coalition, a new idea that I don't know anything about. The best option is this one, a limited time rent stabilization ordinance, 4 to 5 years with sunset, enough time to build affordable housing units to serve our residents. Please remember that the current rents are market rate, very high, and we can't control them. We need affordable rents. It's important to know that credible research studies, examples, Stanford University and the Brookings Institute, show rent stabilization benefits. They benefit current renters for several years, but longer term, cities lose new rental units, some current rental units, and developers who are willing to build new apartments and other rentals start to stay away. So in conclusion, we're talking about personalizing our rent management ordinance, which is a good idea. But please remember, just as I said, past experience of rent control or stabilization shows short-term benefits for the renters and long-term loss for the cities. I support forming a stakeholder task force to study implications and recommendations, including making an ordinance limited to 4 to 5 years, allowing new affordable housing to be approved. We need more housing that's rent controlled as affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Next we have Matthew Buck, followed by Renee. Matthew?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Matt Buck with the California Apartment Association. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs for the LA chapter. Our members are across the country and the state of California. I gave you guys a letter. You guys have it in front of you, so I won't belabor the point. But there already is a law in place, as you talked to tonight. AB 1482 protects your folks from rent gouging, and it has tenant protections. Just want to point out, this law has not yet taken effect and been allowed to take effect because of COVID. It went into effect 2 months before COVID hit, and now let's let it take hold and see if it's going to work. And also, you need to look at more specific issues in your city. Why are the folks not being able to afford their housing? This doesn't create more affordable housing, as you've heard. My counterpart at the other apartment association with AGLA has stated a lot of the mom and pops have struggled the last 3 years. They're barely hanging on, even in Ojai, and this risks them being out of business. And you're right, there are going to be the larger investments into your city. Another caveat that was mentioned today is LA, the city of LA. You don't want to look like the city of LA. Okay, so I wouldn't follow that model. You don't want to be LA. Okay, Ojai is very special. Take your time, look at this. There are other avenues you need to explore to keep the fabric of your community. Anyway, reach out to us and the housing providers, please, before you move forward and have some stakeholder meetings. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Next, we have Renee. Renee, you have the floor.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I've really learned a lot tonight. I appreciate the presentation at the beginning of the meeting. I appreciate all of the points of view that have been presented. I came in thinking that, this might work, but the more I have learned and the more I have seen from the presentations, I think the recommendation by Max Sherman to take no action tonight, but to study this and prepare for some kind of a housing trust fund and a housing advisory board that can look at all the issues, including the unintended consequences. One of the things I'm most concerned about is the city's ability to pay for and enforce and mediate the anything that you might attempt to begin to act right now. This should all be done with advice from the rental agents in the community who know about the renters and know what their issues are and know good contracts when they see one. And to me, this should all be in good contracts so that the city doesn't have to develop a workforce to administer and mediate all kinds of issues that could be presented. We can't afford that. So I hope you table it. I hope you look more. I hope you put a task force together and really look at ways to subsidize people who are rent burdened, because I think that's the bigger issue, and also put some affordable housing projects out there that can help increase the supply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee.
We have one more raised hand, Rosalie Zabia. Rosalie, you have the floor.
Hi, Council. I just want to share a little bit about my perspective on this issue because I've been contemplating building an ADU in my garage. And the reason I'm doing this is not because I want to be a landlord, but because I need to be able to supplement what money I've saved in order to be able to retire. As it is right now, there's no way that I can retire. I was a single mom 20 years ago, and I had been out of the workforce for 8 years. So I started with $0, and I had to raise a child. I had to put her through school. I had to put her through college. And now I have the ability to concentrate just on my retirement. And it's frightening to grow old in America. And, just the cost of building one is probably going to be on the order of about $100,000, which I'm still trying to figure out if I dare take that money out of my retirement to do this. And when I hear about, things like, I absolutely believe in rent stabilization and I believe in tenant protections, but I think, please don't paint everybody with the same brush. A lot of us are just afraid to do this, but don't really know what else we can do in order to be able to retire. So again, as other people have mentioned, please move slowly and think about the penalties that you're imposing on people, should you decide to do that. And, I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rosalie. And to clarify, as we discussed earlier, that doesn't cover ADUs, correct, Matt?
Rent stabilization would not cover ADUs. The just cause eviction protections could if the council so desired.
Okay, gotcha.
So just a quick question. So if we had some sort of clause whereby you wanted to move a family member into your ADU, you would then end up having to pay if this were part of it.
Right. If
okay,
that'd be a choice
that would
to
be a
allow
choice.
it
Okay,
or
yes.
not allow it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we will move on to. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm so happy that you guys are working on this right now, and I'm really, really appreciating the civility tonight. Thank you. I'm Tom Francis. Anyway, I think the most important thing to understand, and it's very simple, and I feel like some of the people that speak to this try to really complicate the issue, and it's not that complicated. Here's the bottom line, okay? Wages for many people that live in Ojai that are renters are going like this. Rents are going like that. That's what's happening. And you guys don't need to wait to figure that out, okay? That's what's going on. That's what pushes people out. And the Tenant Protection Act only offers people, it's basically an anti-gouging law. It is not rent stabilization, because a 10% increase does not stabilize their lives. Okay, so rent stabilization is the fastest and most effective thing that you guys can do, and it's up to your discretion. It's up to you guys to use your discretion to implement this thing now, so people don't lose their homes while you guys are discussing it in some committee and getting input from multiple entities. This is not rocket science. It's really simple, okay? Protect the people that are here now in their rentals that are having rent goes up and their wages don't, okay? Very simple. There was a mention of enforcement, that you guys may not have enough money to enforce. Other cities, if you look at their rent stabilization ordinances, there's cities that have done this for decades. City of Los Angeles, City of West Hollywood, City of Santa Monica, City of Oakland, City of San Francisco. They all deal with these problems, okay? So there's this thing called the private attorney general provision. So what that does is it makes it so that private attorneys can represent tenants that are abused by their landlords at no cost to the city.
Who pays?
The attorneys would work on contingency. So if there's an egregious thing that happens to a tenant, the attorney will take the case and they basically roll the dice, okay? So also there was a mention that Los Angeles is a bad example, but then it was mentioned by that same speaker that we should look at Oxnard. Oxnard is the 10th largest city in the state. So to make the assertion that we should look at Oxnard but not Los Angeles is ridiculous. It's a huge city. One other thing, I guess my closing comment is just slowing down means that more people are going to lose their homes in Ojai, just like you did, Souza. So don't slow it down. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, we will move on to council discussion. Who would like to begin?
Okay.
Oh, okay, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
I will keep it short, but I'm from Ojai. I grew up here. I left. I came back. Common story. In 2020, I made a sticker that was very popular, and it was a play on words and sort of ideas, and it was about tourism, and it was about Ojai as a subject matter.
Can you speak clearly into the mic?
Yes.
Something's not right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Better. Okay. I grew up here. In 2020, I made a sticker about Ojai, and it was also about tourism and the increase of tourism as an economic, I don't know. I will stop there. But anyways, the sticker says, I grew up in Ojai, and all I got was priced out of the housing market. The sticker was very popular. I only have 1 or 2 left. And I think that kind of speaks to what I'm trying to say. And I would love if more of my other friends who grew up here and who are from my generation could live here as well, because it's my community that makes it very special to live here and worthwhile. So, yeah, please provide rent stabilization, among other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thanks for being here and growing up. Elizabeth was my former student. So nice to have you. Okay, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to begin? Leslie.
Sure. So just to disclose, I own property in Oakland, California, and in San Francisco. And I was a renter for many, many years. My family was evicted because we were loud and crazy kids. And there was no rent stabilization. And it was incredibly traumatic for my mother. So I understand that side of it. Also, I own property in some of the most restricted areas in the country, in San Francisco and Oakland. So I'm very much aware of how things get gamed and how they play out. And so, for instance, just as an example, if you put an exemption for seniors, landlords won't rent to seniors. Okay, that's the first thing. I mean, so when we're talking about unintended consequences, this is what you need to really think about. And that will happen. You know, that will happen. Landlords will think about ways that they can protect themselves. You know, they don't want to be in a battle. They don't want they don't want to be litigated against, right? I mean, they don't want any of that. So they're going to avoid that. So when people talk about unintended consequences, this is exactly what they're talking about. Would you think about that? Would you know that? So I'm not going to take too much time, but I think we need systems thinking around our housing. You know, we can say it's rent stabilization, but it's so much more. You can't fix the problem with one small tactic. So we have been calling for, you know, a housing committee made up of stakeholders, I think, even before we were elected. I can't see that there is a better way to start thinking about this as systems thinking. I 100% support rent stabilization and rent control. And when my tenants leave my places, I always ask them if they'd be willing to write me a letter of recommendation just in case I have to go up in front of somebody at some time. And I will tell you, I have not had any tenant who would not write that for me. And I put that in my back pocket. And I make them explain to, you know, right, like, in what way was I a good landlord? Okay. So the point being is that I understand this, and I understand the problems. And one unintended consequence would be more division, just in case, you know, I mean, the unintended consequences are huge. So I would propose that we do what we have all talked about at one time or another and put together a housing committee of all stakeholders, those who don't want any building, those who want building everywhere, those who contractors, people who are experts in housing elements. We have them. We have so much expertise in this city who would be willing to help on this. And what I don't want to see is these unintended consequences happening, because unless you've really experienced it over a 20 or 30 year period, you don't know how it's going to play out. If we get people with lots of experience, we put them in a table, people of good, honest intentions and goodwill to figure this problem out, I think that's how we solve it. If we want to go for rent stabilization and, rent control now as a stopgap measure, I wouldn't necessarily object to that. Although, once again, I think the unintended consequences are huge. If you have, relocation expenses that are 5 times for disabled people, or 4 times or 3 times, people aren't going to rent to disabled people just because it puts them at liability. You never know what's going to happen. And so that is, that's the idea around unintended consequences. The way that is solved is with a housing committee of all stakeholders across the spectrum. Sit down, people of goodwill and honest intentions, to try to solve this problem. That's where the really good ideas will come from. And people will say, we can't use the highly urbanized areas. And other people will say, yeah, but let's look at San Francisco. They've been doing this for 30 years. What are they doing? What works? Call a planner in San Francisco, or call, somebody in San Francisco who's actually been working this, who could speak to you. So I am going to ask that we agendize a housing committee made up of all stakeholders. I would like the staff to figure out kind of what that would look like, right? Like, we're talking all stakeholders. Do we look for volunteers? I don't know how we put that together, but I think it's the best way to solve it. We need committed, bright people, not unlike Michelle and her climate action. Of course, it's a huge problem here. So that is what I am recommending. And once again, I would like to hear from my fellow council people. If it is rent stabilization immediately, then I think just be really careful. Just be really careful.
Didn't we already do this? Sorry.
No, we haven't.
No. I mean, didn't Rachel already make that motion?
No, I haven't. No, we
Hasn't been
did. We actually. I made it at one meeting at the end, and you made it at another meeting.
Right, I know, right?
And so we have actually talked about agendizing it.
And I think it's a very high priority that we get this going, because the problem is one of, it's a top problem. We all ran on solving it, thinking about it. So that's my ideas around this. Thank you.
Okay, rent stabilization, yep.
So I'm with you on the need for experts to come and talk to us, just like Michelle and Steve did. It would really help me. And at the same time, I don't think it's a good idea to delay rent stabilization. I was a tenant in Santa Monica when our building was bought by a big company. An individual sold it to a big company, and those tenant protections, really helped me out when I was in grad school and not making a lot of money. And so I know from a renter's perspective how important this is, and how many of the renters that I spoke to when I was campaigning felt insecure because of the problems that we're talking about here that so many have talked about. And it is a systemic problem that we need to address in a systemic way. But I think we can do one small thing right now by looking at a carefully constructed rent stabilization ordinance. One thing I would like to see also is I would love to see, we talked about Oxnard, we talked about Bell Gardens and Los Angeles, but those are big cities. I would love to see how smaller cities are doing it, and like something that could be a little bit more comparable. A lot of the studies that are done around the economics of rent stabilization focus on San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York. We're a very different place, as they said. So that's one request I would have.
Andy?
Yeah. So it is not easy to live in Ojai. It's a reality we're never going to change. We can't make it easy for people to live here. But we can do some things to make it easier. I think that there's two issues that we're talking about that can be divided out, and I think we can do one of those issues easily tonight, and that is stabilization in the sense of putting limits on how much rents can go up in any particular time period that we decide to work on. I don't have the expertise to know whether a CPI, consumer price index, should be used or whether we should use a percentage cap. We were provided with West Hollywood's, which is a 3% cap. I'd kind of just like to hear what's better, consumer price index or a set percentage. I agree 100% that when we get into enforcement, we need to be very careful about what we do to not create unintended consequences. So I would like to see us tonight, number one, I guess it's all coming for a first reading next time around.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Different direction.
yeah, so I think that some of the enforcement stuff can potentially move a lot quicker than others. And I'm interested in what other cities are doing. And I'm interested in not being the most aggressive city in the state and not being the least aggressive city in the state. So I would like to hear, what other cities are doing and, especially what experiences they're having with these tenant protection measures.
Well, don't we already have this in the current staff report?
Are you asking
I mean,
Andy?
I also don't have the expertise to provide specific direction. I'm trying, and I am concerned, I would love to do this, but we're supposed to provide staff with more specific direction than is in the current staff report, correct?
Well, I think it's more, if we want to move forward, then
Yeah.
we'll direct staff to research it.
To continue to research. All right, that's,
If there's support to draft an ordinance to come back.
I don't know, are we ready for, well,
Or as noted, to shift it to a housing committee. There's a number of choices on the table. We await majority direction.
Okay, well, we can do both.
Okay, I would like to direct staff, I would like an ordinance to include these issues. The strongest possible protection from no-fault evictions, substantial displacement compensation, annual rent increase allowance that truly stabilize rents, fraudulent eviction deterrence measures that include private attorney general language, and substantial financial penalties and damages that protect tenants from landlords who unlawfully evict. And add the Ellis Act implementation provisions, which will protect owners from having to stay in the rental business. And the reason why I think this is so important and crucial and that we should not wait one more second is because this is the single most effective thing that we can do to protect the less advantaged from being gentrified out of their homes. And all of us know people who are getting pushed out every single day. So the longer we wait, the more people will get pushed out of their homes.
And we all know that Ojai is a beautiful place to live. And as Andy said, it's a difficult place to live because it's so popular. And the rents are not going to go down. And if we increase the housing supply, there'll be an unending list of people, a line at bonds for people to move in here. That is just, that trickle-down economics doesn't work. So there's a huge demand for living spaces, and rents have increased rapidly. So we, as a council, it is our responsibility to protect people and protect specifically the less advantaged, and as Anita said, the cultural creatives that make Ojai so special and that make it a place where we want to live. And so I personally want to do everything I possibly can to increase housing equity. We don't have a housing crisis, we have a greed crisis. The numbers just keep going up and up and up. So this is one thing we can do. This is the best thing that we can do to keep people in their homes. And it is, once again, our responsibility. If we're interested in housing equity, we need to pass this. We need a rent stabilization ordinance. And I also really appreciate city staff's work on this because it's new and it's exciting. So I would also like staff to look at communities who've been doing this for years, LA, Berkeley, Pasadena, Oakland, West Hollywood, who have really strong rent stabilization laws and who have gone through all these issues that we're bringing up. You know, the what ifs, what if, what if. They've been doing it for decades, so let's learn from them. And let's get this done tonight to take care of our people, to take care of the people here who are getting pushed out every single day.
So can I make a
yeah, they're raising hands.
Could the staff report also include the housing that has been built in these communities? The number of houses.
We could pull that from the state's data.
Yeah, provide data on the houses that have the housing, some kind of summary about what kind of housing, so that we can look at those two figures, okay? And don't forget that at the beginning of the year, I did ask for a report on all the different housing projects that have failed in the last, 10 years or so. Things the proposals that have come before this council and that have failed.
I don't have a record of that request. I don't know if that was seconded.
I also don't share that record.
So was it seconded? I guess would be the
It's on tape, I'll find it,
Okay.
yeah.
The key is, was there a second?
Yeah.
Point of order, doesn't need to be a second on a request that a council person makes for a report. It does need to have a second?
Yes.
If
Okay,
it's
thank you.
beyond minor, if it's beyond something we can quickly look up, then yes. Something
Okay,
like that
thank
would
you.
take significant work.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comment? Yes?
So once again, I am 100% in support of a strong rent stabilization, but I would really like the staff to look into unintended consequences that have happened in other jurisdictions. I agree and appreciate protecting the most vulnerable of us, but if you have a clause in there that says, your relocation expenses for a handicapped person is 4 times as much. Your relocation expenses for a senior, or you can't evict disabled. I'm telling you, what's going to happen is they are not going to be at the top of the list. So I don't know how you look at that.
Yeah, who landlords don't rent to is a tough one to produce data on.
Right, but we
we can see what we can find.
But try to find out, what has happened, for unintended consequences. One thing you can find out is what's happened in cities where litigation is just off the charts for tenant and landlords. And if you want to see division, start litigating between tenants and landlords. That is also an unintended consequence. Maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing, but know that when you put these things in place, they come back, and they come back in strange ways. I really would like the staff to look at and to give us a more detailed report on these kinds of ordinances that have been in place for 20 years before you come back with a first reading on an ordinance. It seems to me that the first thing to do is to gather the information and then to write the ordinance. So, I would hope that I don't have to vote no on this, but I do feel strongly that we don't have the information that we need to draft a first ordinance. I really do. So,
and to that point, the private attorney general language would cover what Councilmember Rule just brought up, correct?
Typically, the way those clauses work is a tenant who feels that their landlord has violated some provision of the ordinance can file suit against the tenant or the landlord to enforce it. If they win, the landlord pays their fees. If they lose, either they pay their lawyer's fees, or more often, as was noted by a commenter, lawyers will agree to take those cases on contingency, which means the lawyer only gets paid if they win. Mm-hmm. If they lose, the lawyer is paid nothing. The tenant loses, the landlord doesn't pay. That exists in a number of cities that have a robust rent control or rent stabilization program. Creating that from scratch is nothing the city can do. We can't force lawyers to take cases on contingency from scratch. The question is, if we create a program, do the existing ecosystems in nearby communities come here? And that's an open question that we can look into, but it's tough to answer. Will they come if we build it, so to speak? Okay. The other point I would note, if I could very briefly, as we look at other cities, staff will bring back information that draws the distinction. A number of the cities folks have named, including West Hollywood and Los Angeles and San Francisco and Oakland and Santa Monica, all have rent control ordinances that predate Costa-Hawkins. Those large cities have a different system and a different ecosystem because they all have rent control where they can set the initial rental rate. We cannot do that because we are after 1995. But we'll still bring the information, but I just want to make sure people realize that. As you're looking at other cities, that distinction between rent control and rent stabilization is critical.
Thank you, Matt. Well, it sounds like we're getting some consensus here.
So, I just wanted to put my perspective in just on that idea of private attorney general. There is a statute that awards attorney's fees to somebody who brings a lawsuit and benefits the general public greater than themselves. And that, we don't have to write that.
Although what you're referring to is Code of Civil Procedure Section 1021.5, commonly used in CEQA lawsuits, among others. That may not work in an individual tenancy situation. That's
Right.
typically why cities that have done this have added an additional provision as part of their own ordinance, because 1021.5 won't work if you have a single tenancy with no broader
So
no
that
broader
statute
protection.
is what I think of when I hear.
Yeah, and that's
Attorney
what they're
General.
modeled on. Yeah.
But the other option would be that we have a provision of our own.
Yeah, the city could adopt its own provision that would impose a similar requirement, or create a similar process where you win attorneys, where a victorious tenant could win attorney's fees from the landlord, which sets up the ecosystem. But I just want to add that caution that 1021.5 itself, the state law that allows for attorney's fees in public protection cases, may not work in a single tenancy fight because there's no broader public benefit.
Yeah. So it seems to me like with your comments, Mayor Sticks, that we could potentially look at, you had a list of things that you'd like to see us have. We could potentially look at if any of those are provisions that we could potentially ask council or staff to bring back language for a first reading. My thought is that if we agreed whether we were going to do a percentage or a CPI, that's a pretty, I don't think that there's unintended consequences that come from that if we adopt that type of a provision. I don't know if any of your other provisions have enough support across the board to say, let's start drafting that, or whether we just need to here, but I think we could, at our next hearing on this topic, address that rent stabilization, which is putting a limit on how much rents can go up in any whatever period of time we pick.
Okay.
One caution, in order to avoid a facial challenge from the kind of people who spoke tonight, we have to bake in an administrative appeal process and an approach for which a landlord who contends that the whatever limit that's set doesn't provide a reasonable rate of return, there's a process for them to litigate that through the city to avoid a facial challenge and to avoid a taking. So the ordinance can't be one line that says rents can't go up by more than 3%. There has to be a component with it.
An enforcement.
We have to have some sort of enforcement provision. We have to have some sort of escape clause to protect it from a facial challenge that shifts it to an as-applied challenge, meaning that it shifts it to any landlord who contends that the ordinance affects the taking can't do that facially. They have to apply for it, be denied, go through a process.
And
there's a couple of pieces that have to go with it
okay, and
to make it defensible.
Is that something that has to be done by the city? In other words, we got to create a mechanism.
We're imposing a regulatory requirement. We have to protect it from challenge.
Right.
These ordinances are almost always litigated, and if you don't have the appropriate protections, your litigation is certain.
That would involve creating a board or...
Now, there are options there. Most cities create a board independent of the city council to avoid the obvious political problems. I haven't done a 40-city survey, so I'm not sure if every city that has this kind of approach has created a separate board, but most of them have done so to avoid the problems that come from having the council hear these matters. And as long as you have some sort of process, some due process where there's a board or a committee or a commission created by the city, appointed by the council, to whom a landlord can take an appeal, then we can insulate it against a facial challenge. But there has to be some component to go with it. It couldn't be just a single line.
Right? Okay.
Okay, well, it sounds like we have consensus, one second, to move forward on this. I know you're waiting, but I definitely, and once we have the ordinance, we can tweak it as much as we want.
Certainly.
Right?
We'll,
Okay.
if there's direction, we'll draft.
So if we're all in
something consistent
consensus
with
that it's
direction.
something we want, it makes sense to direct, why wait? Let's direct, and, once again, why wait until more people get kicked out of their homes? I think it's our responsibility to move fast on this one. Leslie?
And once again, I will caution moving fast in a situation where you're talking about a systems. It's almost impossible to think things through. If it were just a slam dunk, this is the first time we've seen this. It's very, very, very complicated. We don't have any. We have public input, but we don't have any public input on specifics. So, are we going to, if I build an ADU and I want my son to move in, am I going to have to pay the tenant $15,000? Well, so I'm saying that these are the specifics that I really would like us to work through before we bring back an ordinance, because once you start the process of an ordinance, you're in a first reading and it becomes, you've started the process, right? We just got this. We only got 2 examples from 2 cities that really were cursory at best. I think you did a good job, but it was just the basics. And, this is complicated. It takes thought, and thought takes time. And we're not giving it the time or the thought or the consideration, in my opinion, that it requires. So, once again, I would ask us to give it a 2-week thinking period and then figure out what we want that first ordinance to look like. Talk to people. If we already have a first ordinance, yes, we can change it, we can tweak it, but there's something really solid about an ordinance that doesn't encourage us to really think through it. It's in writing, it's there, So once again, as much as I support this, I'm not going to support a first ordinance when we have just gotten this on an incredibly complex issue that really should be part of a much larger picture.
Are we ready for a motion?
No, I'm not ready.
Go ahead, Susan.
I'm still not understanding what, I know you gave a response when I mentioned that there's a trend now for landlords not to give a lease. It's month to month and often furnished. And so what is, you said, did you tell me that even though it's month to month, the tenant can't, the tenant signs a document saying they understand, and that these documents are often 30 pages long, there's all kinds of, what do you call it, loopholes, clauses.
Right.
What
So under the state tenant protection acts, as I understand it, subject to confirmation, if a lease is 30 days or shorter, then there's no state protections. So they're getting around the state existing tenant protection acts. We'll confirm that point. If most of the cities that have adopted rent stabilization ordinances provide that the just cause eviction protections click in if you have 30 days or more. So if you have a 30-day lease, then there's a guaranteed right of renewal for another 30 days. That's typically how they structure this, is you guarantee the right of renewal.
Guarantee, but what's the difference between guarantee, then they might as well give you a lease?
Well, here.
Typically to finish the puzzle, typically what happens is if you have an ordinance that guarantees renewal unless the tenant breaches or unless one of the no fault eviction provisions is met, for example, an owner move-in, then the landlords don't play the 30-day rental game because it doesn't do them any good. They do it in situations where it does do them well. So let me try to explain that again. So under default state law, there is value to a landlord in setting the max lease at 30 days because the person doesn't become protected by the broader tenant protections. If the city's ordinance was drafted to have a typical no-fault eviction clause, then that game doesn't work. And it would mean that...
Okay, I got it.
But it would be if that was how the ordinance was drafted. So that'd be a choice for council.
Well,
So
I would
it's
want
like
that,
if
I would want that in the ordinance.
It's like
Typically.
if you have a law that says if you work more than 25 hours a week, you employ everybody for 24 and a half hours.
And that's exactly that. Most employee protections click in at some at 40, some at 35, some at 25 hours. An employer who wants to avoid them never lets anybody work more than 20 hours. So their landlords will likely, whatever lines we set that draw protection, landlords of a certain sort will not give anybody in those categories rentals.
And what's our short-term rental?
Our short-term rental ordinance bans rentals of 30 days or less. So we already blocked that, although I realize...
We don't want to create a...
Or less than, 30 or, no, minimum 30 days. So 29 or less is our short-term rental ordinance. So a 30-day rental is okay, and that's why I believe we have a number of them. 29 or shorter. So you can see landlords trying to do 29 or shorter. That would violate our short-term rental ordinance, but would protect them against the state.
Okay. Leslie.
So I'm not thinking, what I'm thinking is around this 30 days is that it will just take rental stock off the market because people will look for people who want to come to Ojai. This is an unintended consequence, who want to come to Ojai for 30 days. They're not looking to, extend, right? So there's that whole group, there's that whole world. And once again, it's an unintended consequence. I'm looking for someone from LA or someone who wants to just come here for 30 days, right? And I can charge 2 or 3 times the rent that I would charge on a monthly rental for a year. That's how the thinking is going to go. That's an unintended consequence. That unit, and I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying a certain number of them will come off of the market and they will no longer be rentals. They will be in that nether zone of short-term rental, but not looking to evict, looking for someone who wants to come for a month or 2 months, with not the intention to stay, not the intention. And that is also an unintended consequence that you see, right? So when I talk about finding unintended consequences, that would be one. Is it going to take rentals off of the market? Because it protects the landlord, And it now makes sense for them to take more trouble with having, sort of revolving tenants coming in because they're getting rid of all of this stuff. Another unintended consequence that we need to look at, do we want to take rental housing off the market? Well, how much would it take off? I don't know, but I guarantee it will take off at least one. It just will.
Rachel.
Yes. Okay. So I'm aware that we have still people who have been waiting here all night and want to make comments. And so I am going to, I think that we're going to continue this conversation. If we draw up an ordinance, I think this is a 2-meeting process, and so I think that that getting more information, looking at those unintended consequences, I think we should move forward with this, but get some more information before we write up the ordinance.
I'll second. Yeah.
Okay. I would like to make a substitute motion to go ahead and direct staff to draft the first draft of an ordinance, and then it can come back to council and we can tweak it.
Can I have clarification? So say that that motion passes. I would love to jump to the ordinance, but what could happen is that we'll have to have a third reading or start over. That's because it feels like there's so many questions still.
Yeah, it's so we could draft one and bring it, and then if the council chooses not to introduce it, then we'd get further direction and come back and.
Right, you don't have to introduce it.
We just look at it, and there wouldn't be a second reading if we make substantial changes.
If there were substantial changes made.
The key is majority would control. So if there were 3 votes to introduce it as drafted or as amended, it could be introduced. If there were 3 votes to come back another time and debate further, that could be done too.
And if there were 3 votes to introduce, then there would be just one more reading?
At second reading, it would come up and then it is either adopted or modified.
And so I would like to see that ordinance that we have to consider include the stabilization feature, in other words, a cap, and whatever enforcement mechanism we would have to have administratively or however we would function that as a minimum. Whatever tenant protections you want to add to that for our consideration. But I'd like to be in a position where we could say, go forward with this, and then we're potentially spending more time on these tenant protection provisions that seem to be the ones that are maybe a no man's land for us, but I think it would be really important for us for the, I think Rachel talked in the past about it's really important for people who live here to feel a certain amount of security, and knowing that their rents can't be raised dramatically would be providing them some of that security.
Okay, well, we have a substitute motion, and do we have a second?
I just need to get clarification. Yeah. I'm sorry, Andy, I didn't get the motion. I'm sorry. Are you splitting it and saying we want to, I didn't get it, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
I'd actually second it, and what I had to say was more commentary on the direction.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion with a second that we can vote on.
But I want to ask, none of this negates what I asked for. Like, if we use other cities as an example, you're going to provide us with some data on the housing they've built in the last 10 years.
We can provide what data we can get. The state has the annual progress reports in each city's housing element are pretty good data for housing, so we can put those together.
Okay, all right. Could we get the roll call on the substitute motion, please, Weston?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Abstain.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Motion
Okay,
passes.
Now, wait,
well,
wait.
we just passed,
Wait,
can I
before-
just finish the, okay, so we voted 4 with 1 abstention to direct staff to work on the first draft of a rent stabilization ordinance.
And to provide additional information.
Yeah. Okay, now, can we at this point, Mr. Summers, rather than waiting to the end of the meeting, put on a future agenda the housing committee that has been proposed several times?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
That one has been requested. It's just, it's on our list. We have a list of about 15 items that were
It has
backed
been
up.
requested?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so it's on the list. The question is, if council wants to move it up the list, council can so dictate.
Okay,
Now
how-
would be an okay time to do that.
How do we dictate?
Well, my recommendation on that would be, so at the, under future agenda items, we're going to list the items based on our first in, first out process. So at that point, if there's an item that could be taken off and an item that should be added, we could do it then. So.
No, I think that when we start doing items like this that are related to the bigger housing picture, that we have to somehow, even if it takes an extra meeting. I'm always willing to come an extra Tuesday night to discuss something as important as this. And we can help, we can, meet and give input as to what each of us, what we think a committee should look like, right? To make it a little easier for staff.
Yes,
And
without
like-
staff communicating information back and forth, and be
Yeah.
mindful that that's a
Yeah.
question in which there may be 5 minds.
And I think it's easier to get the 5 minds in an open meeting and have
Yeah.
that discussion than
All
try
right.
to have consensus.
All right, as long as.
I'm not sure there is consensus, so we
There
need to
isn't.
see where folks
So-
are.
So the easiest way is to put it on an agenda.
Okay, we do have one more agendized item, and I'm hopeful that we can get through this fast, council. It's number 5, City Council Priority Setting Workshop. So tonight, staff will receive direction regarding the process.
Yeah, and we've talked about this. We started to talk about this a couple of times, I think. So I'll keep it very brief. We've talked about having a workshop, and I'm recommending we have a workshop. We have 2 possible facilitators. My recommendation to the council is to give kind of the direction on the facilitators, and then because of the late hour, I would say if you could provide direction on the facilitator, and then kind of direct me to work with the facilitator and put together the best workshop we can put together, and try to do it sooner rather than later, towards the end of this month or the beginning of next month. We'll handle the rest if everybody can live with that. And we've laid out in the report kind of the process we would use either way, where there'd be some prep work where the facilitator would meet with each council member one-on-one and not have any serial meeting situations or anything, but just meet one-on-one to understand that council member's perspective. Then we would hold a first session focused on brainstorming, relationship building, some of the protocol stuff we talked about, and then a second session then focused on taking that and then putting together the action plan and the priority list for the next year, or for the next year or 2. So that process we'd follow pretty much either way, but we have 2 possible facilitators. Jim Selman, who had facilitated the last meeting, he's offered to facilitate this one again, and graciously has offered to do so for free. And then we also recently had our Arts Commission 2-day strategic planning session with local facilitator Noosa Mall. And we got rave reviews from the Arts Commission on her. The only the big difference is that there would be a fee to hire Noosa. So that's one reason, or that's one item for consideration. Alternatively, I had been asked a couple times why we didn't issue like an RFP and go through that process for someone. We could. That will almost by definition mean that we can't have the meeting for 2 to 3 months. So for that reason, we had an option, a person volunteering to do it for free, and I took that option initially. But those are the decisions before council. Like I said, my recommendation, because of the late hour, if we can agree on the facilitator, I'll work with the facilitator and we'll set up the rest of it. So.
Okay, any questions?
Yes, what's the fee for NUSA?
So her normal fee is $2,000 a day, so $4,000.
Okay, any other questions? Yep.
I don't know if this is a question or a discussion, but I would like to make sure that we address the protocols document, which needs to be updated. That would be the highest priority in the priorities for me. So if you could make a note of that, I would much appreciate it. Other than that, I am fine to.
Okay, any?
Got it.
Any,
I heard the consensus on
okay.
that when we talked earlier today too. So.
Any public comment on this on Zoom? Oh.
Yes, Mayor, we have one. Renee, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that the protocols document is an important document, and regarding disclosures and recusals and sending private emails to outside parties is something that I am just acutely aware of. And I feel that there have been violations, and I don't know what the enforcement provisions are when somebody is violating those things. I think there needs to be an ethical discussion or some ethical comments that need to be included. And I know you've mentioned this before, Mr. Summers, that would be a separate kind of issue. But to me, the honesty and protecting the honesty and integrity of our public officials and their accountability to the citizens of Ojai is of the utmost importance. And I think that needs to be included and a really high priority going forward on any priorities that you would have. And that might even take a special kind of person who can draft up some proposals or some ideas on how to go about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Okay.
Can I ask Renee a question?
Is there any more public comment on this item? Okay.
Do we have a question for Renee?
We're not on non-agendized items yet, are we?
No. Okay. This
Never
is
mind.
on
I'm fine,
the
thank you.
priority setting. First Jeffrey and then Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you. I think your highest priority to get this council working together and to get the trust of the citizens is the protocols and an ethics code. I understand from Bill Wyrick, I just learned today that he said there was one passed in 1975. I don't know if that's still there or not, but I have never been in a town. Was on planning boards, I was on commission. We always had an ethics code that we had to sign. And I think that's important. And to make it a discussion as to, given the disputes we've had about ethics and about the protocols, make sure that all those are being covered. Also, I think that there seems to be some very loose interpretation of these. For example, was the making of this agenda, where the protocol says the city manager shall determine with the consultation of the mayor. And it seems like that's not the way it's actually going now. Maybe you all decide it's to do. I'm talking about this meeting. I would like you to also look at the two things that have been concern of a lot of people. One is, I think that you should consider, rather than just having the mayor, maybe have the mayor pro tem, and because every city I've ever been in, every county, usually has the chair and the vice chair meet with the manager so that you get a more broad perspective, more input on the, and I'm sure Sousa has the time.
I'll do it.
And the other thing is, I don't think the mayor should have the power to put things on her by herself. It should have to be two city council, the mayor and a city council on Tuesday. Got to remember, This is not inherent in the job. These were rules that were created. And so I would like you to at least consider them. You may reject that idea. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Michelle?
I wasn't going to weigh in on this, but I just wanted to share my perspective about Mr. Selman. I don't know the other facilitator that's also being considered, but Jim Selman I've gotten to work with over the last few years. He was appointed by former Councilmember Haney to our climate committee for his expertise in bringing people together. And so we held a community workshop, which a lot of people here in this room actually attended. There were over 60 attendees around climate, and it was a great workshop that he facilitated. So all I can do is speak to his skill set, and I really appreciate what he has to offer, and so just wanted to weigh in and share that.
Thanks, Michelle. Okay, we will now move on.
Mayor, we have one more
okay,
via
so-
Zoom.
I want
Sorry.
to comment on that.
Thank you.
I wanna
Bob
comment.
Kemper, you have the floor.
Moving along pretty quick.
Yes, hi, council members. I hadn't intended to weigh in on this item, but I think a couple people raised a very important issue, and that being that establishing an ethics framework for all elected officials is an excellent idea, and I know that it might help substantially to restore trust in city government, which right now is waning. Thank you.
Can you identify yourself?
My name is Bob Kemper.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, let's move on to discussion. And I'd just like to piggyback on what Michelle said, because I've seen Jim work, and he's really a genius. He's an expert in his field. He's been doing this for a long time. He's delivered a groundbreaking leadership course for the Canadian government. He has worked to organizational transformation in the telecommunications, health, aerospace, petroleum, electrical utility industries. He worked with 22 other countries, or 22 other transformational leaders and officials for the UN. And he has been a real groundbreaker in terms of leadership principles and coaching. And we are extremely lucky to have him, and the fact that he will do it for free is a real plus. He also did a groundbreaking coaching conference in Vancouver with 43 key thought leaders from 14 nations. So I think it's a real gift to have him, and I would love to work with him. Yes, go ahead.
Well, I'm aware of how his credentials, and they're very impressive. But I have to say that the city council situation is very different from those examples. To me, the biggest plus, I think he's a very good person, and all the things you said are true. But in order for me to feel confident in him leading this, I would require that he watch every meeting since the new council was seated. So that we don't have to, he has to see it, and he should be familiar with what's going on. He can read public comments. I just do not see, because there are issues that we need as a council to resolve in order to productively work together. Feel very hopeful after tonight. So I would make that a requirement. What happened?
The live stream is evidently down, someone texted me.
Because the city council is meeting in public, the council can continue to meet. The state laws that require the council not to continue to meet only apply if the council has itself members attending by Zoom. You may continue to meet, but it may be wise to sort out the tech issue.
Yeah,
I would make a motion that we sort out the tech issue, or figure it out. Ask somebody back there what's going on.
Who's back there?
Yeah, James, if
We're
you're listening,
we're still on Zoom.
Are we live on the stream?
Yes.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Yeah, James.
Okay,
James
great.
just confirmed
Super,
we're on.
thank
Okay, other comments on this item? Leslie?
Yeah, so I'm, from what I'm understanding, so there's two things. One is leadership is one thing, and actually figuring out process and looking at documents and figuring out like what processes didn't work, can't work. It's very different from leadership. I don't know Mr. Selman. I know he is on the Climate Action Committee. I know that they have, not that I in any way believe that he would have, that he would have conflict of interest, but those things do come up in front of us. Not that, but what I've heard is that he's excellent and he's wonderful. But I would like to meet with him to get a better sense of who he is. I mean, I know that people on the council know him, so they feel confident to recommend him. I don't know him, so and given leadership is not, some parts of leadership is what we're looking for. I would like to meet with him prior to going ahead with hiring him or agreeing to hire him, just simply because I don't know him. And, there is the potential for conflict of interest, although everybody that I have talked to said that would never happen with him. He is beyond reproach. But still, fundamentally, he is part of a group that comes in front of us with issues. So that's my take. I would need to meet with him.
We don't have that anymore. Pardon? We don't have that
Andy
anymore.
or Rachel?
So,
We don't have that anymore.
are you wanting to move this to the next the next hearing so that you can talk to him and decide whether we're going to retain him or not?
No, I'll talk to him and I can come back. Yeah. So I guess I would do that. Or, I'm not comfortable until I actually meet with him. And that's, we're going into a very private and it's going to be, we're talking about ethics and protocols, which is how we do things here and how we trust among ourselves. And it's not going to be cursory. I don't want it to be cursory. So I want to meet with him and know and have a confidence in him, because right now confidence is deeply lacking. Trust is almost non-existent. Let's just call it for what it is. So unless I see him as being able to resolve those issues, I don't want to waste our time. Really, I don't have a full Saturday, 2 Saturdays, closed sessions. I don't have that time. I want to know beforehand that he's the right guy, in my opinion. Other people are sure that he's the right guy.
Well, we want to make sure he's objective. That's why I asked.
Yes,
that he
objective.
become
I want
familiar.
to. Yeah.
Familiar with, that he agrees to watch the meetings, and that, it's difficult because I think you're good friends with him, right? I don't know.
No.
But, okay, that's good. If you're not, okay, all the better.
I mean,
Okay. Yeah.
Friends.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah, I like him too. I have his, I've one of his books at least. I'm fine with him, but with the understanding, as I said, that he watched the meetings.
Rachel
And then you can still meet with him and see if you're comfortable.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So move it to the next
Okay.
meeting. I will
no,
attempt to
no.
meet with him, and let's assume that that I'm going to feel comfortable and feel that he can do the job that we need him to do. If for some reason that is not the case, then I will come back to the council, and the council will decide if they want to, go with me or not. It'd be pretty simple.
Can I make a
Well,
suggestion?
Rachel and Andy, do you have a comment?
Would you feel more comfortable with going with Noosa, given that Jim has relationships with previous council?
I have heard that he's excellent from people I trust. I have heard that he would never do that. I have heard that if you felt that he was doing that, you should talk to him and he would work through it. So I don't have a doubt that he would be fair and impartial. My question is, can he really deal with the depth and the topics that we will be dealing with, which are not leadership? I mean, they are, but they aren't. It's trust, and it's a lot of different things than leadership. I mean, you categorize it as leadership, but it's something different for me.
I feel confident that he can. I've read a few of his books. I've read his articles, and
I feel fairly confident, but here's my suggestion, because we need to book dates, right? That's the problem, isn't it? So in the interim, we could have some kind of understanding amongst us that if we need to, in order to schedule a meeting, right, we need to he needs to know that we're thinking about this, and we haven't alerted him, right?
Yeah, there's prep work that needs to be done. So until we lock it in, he can't really start the prep work. So we can't set a date if we aren't sure we're going with them at this point.
So,
Does anyone have a motion at this point?
and does anyone know what, I mean, is he in town? Can he meet with Leslie soon? I mean,
Yeah, I think we can get a meeting coordinated between now and the next meeting.
Okay, any motion? I mean, I would make a motion that we go forward and schedule him, assuming that everyone's in accord.
and you'll tell him that he
I'll
has to
second.
watch the meetings.
Okay.
The first step in the process was the prep work. It was supposed to be one-on-one meetings with each council member. So we can, if we set it, we can start with that. And then if there's concerns that are raised, we could come back at the next meeting and adjust our plan, so.
So we would not be locked in if we started the process with him.
No, and he's offering to do it for free, so there's no penalty.
No, yeah, no, I know that's a plus.
Yeah.
You know, I'm putting that
Let's
on the
go.
plus side for sure.
All right, all right.
Coordinate the
Okay,
first
all right.
meeting,
So
we'll
we have a
coordinate the
motion and
first
a
meeting with
second.
you
I'll
to
figure it
avoid
out.
wasting
We have a
his
motion and a
time.
second. We don't need a roll call. We can just, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Okay, all right, great. Well, can we take a 3-minute break?
Let's do public comment.
It's
They've
now
been
10:35. I
Yeah.
think no more breaks for us.
Okay, all right, we will move forward with general public.
No, we're not
Oh,
taking
no.
a break.
No.
I mean,
I asked the council if anyone needed a break. That's what we do.
I just sneak out.
Okay, we'll begin with John Wellborn, then
okay.
Oh, that's John Wellborn, my nemesis.
Jeffrey Starkweather, and then
I
Laurel
didn't know that
Moore.
was you. You seem like a nice man.
I am a nice guy. People can have different opinions and still be kind and be civil. And I'm the most civilest guy you'll ever come across. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying that I agree with the decision to put these comments, the public comments, at the end of the day, end of the night. Because I've been watching a lot of the meetings, and I go to a lot of the meetings, and it just seems like there's been kind of a shouting fest and kind of like personal attacks on council members and things like that. And I don't think that anybody deserves anything like that, no matter what they believe. And I know Jeff Becker. I know people from all the groups, and I kind of agree with a lot of them on a lot of different things. I would like to see the city council review. I know you kind of talked about it not too long ago, about the date for the election for voting on the Cottage of the Flowers and also the bungalows. And I know that you chose the primary date to do that, the primary election. But one of the things I just wanted to let you know is usually it's about a 20% increase in people showing up to vote. In the 2020 election, Ventura County had 239,396 voters actually vote. And in the general election, it was 429,922, which a total of 190,526 people. That's Ventura County. But it just goes to show how many more people vote in the general election, the presidential election. And I think that this, I'm not going to get into what I believe because I'm just kind of going with the way things are going, but I think that it's such an important thing to vote on with the flowers, the Cottage of the Flowers. I think it would be more advantageous to move it towards the general election. And I know that some of the reasons that you had was, we need to get this done. You know, it's been so long, we need to get this done. But what I would like to think, I've actually spoken with a number of people from the cottage and from the bungalows, and they're not in a big rush to get out. They don't mind if we had if we waited until the general election. It's only 8 months, and I think this is such an important thing to vote on that I just believe that it would be better for them. They're not in a big rush to get out of there. They're not in a rush to, in case the bulldozers come and knock down their homes, and depending on how the way the people of Ojai vote. No, I mean, they're going to knock down the homes, right, if we vote on the Cottage of the Flowers.
No, that's not correct.
No? Oh, well, thank you I appreciate that. Well, I thought that was going to be
Mallory.
I thought that was going to be the site of the new condominiums.
No, Mallory Way is where the new condominium
Okay, the Mallory Way, okay. But I'm just saying that those people don't want to leave either. I guess what I'm trying to say is I think that just by changing the election date, I think would be the better way to go. And I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
next-
Someone left their phone up there.
Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Laurel Moore, and then Clay Creasy.
Well, I have to disagree with that strongly, because when you do something in a general election, you get a tremendous amount of low information voters. People literally just come out to vote for president. Now, as president of the Democratic Club, that's to my advantage. I would get all these low information voters, but I want people to be voting and thinking about this issue and concentrating. So I prefer a separate election so we can just do this. Because if you wait until the general election, it's going to get mixed with the mayor's race, it's going to get mixed in with all the city council races. And, you know, the way we've been voting lately is by tribes rather than voting by issues. So I wish I'm very much against that. I just want to say that I obviously did not approve the idea of moving the agenda. I think that there has been no evidence that having people speak at the beginning delays things, because that was kind of proven. And look who's left. I mean, this is a long time to stay. I recently was at a school board meeting, for an example. They always like to put the most important things at the end. And I really wanted to speak about this fiscal stabilization committee, but I had spoken the night before here, and I'd been up till midnight, and I couldn't make it. I could not last till the end. And for a year, or a year and a half, I had prostate cancer, and I was taking testosterone suppressants. I could not have stayed up late enough, and there's other people that had those experiences with other illnesses. So I just think that's a bad idea. Finally, I think I've laid out a pretty detailed presentation about how to form these committees. I think that I'm very disappointed that we sped ahead with the rent stabilization without using a housing committee. So if we're in such a hurry to solve this problem and the climate problem, we should be rushing to set up these committees. And it should go before any of those 15 items that you have on your agenda. People have asked for it. Every other community that has a climate action plan or has a housing, they have housing committees. We need to have those as well. And I think the most important thing, I would ask you to look over what I presented, ask your manager, because I had experience with this before. How do you depoliticize committees? And the way is not to have individual city people appoint people, because then it becomes political. I have laid out a way to avoid that, and I would hope you would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Laurel Moore. Is she still here? Clay Creasy. And then Kim Barnes, and then Sharon's not here. Okay.
Somebody left their phone here, by the way. Jeff, is this yours? Is this your phone?
I wonder where I did with it. I left it the previous time I spoke.
Usually it's my wife's when I find it, but that one's yours. Thank you for having the opportunity for me to talk, council members. What I'm going to say is not particularly comfortable. For an odd reason, I'm actually happy you postponed this to the end of the meeting, so we have a skeleton crew, almost an executive session in an unofficial sense. Ojai is at a crossroads right now, I think. Increasingly, we are seeing people say things, assert things that are not true, and denying things that are true. I know that doesn't sound very good, but it actually happened tonight. I didn't expect to get an example, but I got one. Tom Francis stood up here and said you should not pay attention to the city of Oxnard as an example for rent stabilization because they're the 10th largest city in California. How many people want to bet with me whether they're the 10th largest city? They're number 22 by population and 115 by square miles. a relatively trivial mischaracterization of a fact, but evidence of the fact that right now we are just free astray, saying whatever comes to our mind. Why is that? I think we've evolved into what I call a zero-sum game. In game theory, they have contests or situations where people compete for resources or rewards or whatever. Some games are called zero-sum. Those involve winners and losers. What we need to move to is a win-win game where we can both win. Unfortunately, where we are right now when we're not cooperating with each other is a lose-lose game. And when you're playing in a lose-lose game, doesn't matter which side you're on, you're a loser. So what are we going to do about that? Number one, we have to adopt an attitude that is focusing on the truth. Now, unfortunately, Mayor Sticks, the truth is you violated your fiduciary duty when you shared confidential emails with Simply Ojai. Councilman Whitman, you violated decorum when you used undecorous language in a city council meeting. And City Attorney Summers, you exercised prior restraint when you tried to prevent Leslie Rule, Councilwoman Rule, from speaking. As you know, as an attorney, prior restraint is only allowed if there is a threat to national security. I personally forgive all of you because every human being is fallible and we all make mistakes. The key is not whether you make a mistake or not, but whether you own up to it, make amends, and move on. I say let that happen tonight. It'll take you 30 seconds and then it'll be over. And then we can move on and we can cooperate and we can make Ojai the place we all want it to be. But until then, we're going to have this elephant in the room. We'll have the ethics guy come. We'll debate that forever. The solution is in your hands.
Thank you, Clay. Next we have Kim, quiet please, Kim Barnes, and then Larry Steingold, and then John Drucker.
I'm like weaving as I get up to this podium. Clay took a day off from work. He has a pretty big job up in San Francisco, and he's going to get up at 4:30 tomorrow so he can catch a plane up there. So that's how much Clay believes in this situation here in Ojai, and I'm upset. I mean, I'm upset. Mayor Sticks, you have claimed to be the embodiment of kindness and humility and civility, honesty and collaboration. That's all I ever hear from you. But what I've seen here it's been really upsetting. And so I have to ask, when you stated your relationship with Simply Ojai was just like your relationship with the Humane Society, okay? We know that's not true. You made the suing of Councilmember Rule a closed session agenda item and moved to exclude her from that secret meeting in retaliation for her righteous disclosure of your improprieties. You broke confidentiality and attorney-client privilege by sharing emails the city deemed too sensitive to share with the public, but you shared them with the individuals you're truly pledged to, Tom Francis, Leslie Hess, and Sabrina Venskis. You colluded with Venskis, the plaintiff's counsel in the case of Simply Ojai versus the city of Ojai, to hire a lawyer for the city, handpicked by Venskis, and you kept this from your city council colleagues. You duped them. And now we have your suppression of the public's voice. Here I am at 11 o'clock at night. So I'm not feeling the kindness, the humility, the civility, the honesty, and the collaboration. And I hope you take what Clay said to heart. And I think for the people of Ojai to minimize or ignore all the foregoing, no matter how unpleasant, is insupportable and indefensible. And if the measure of an effective leader is their ability to bring a community together, I don't feel like it's working out. I think you've really broken the public trust. And I have nothing against you personally. I don't even have anything against Simply Ojai. I just think they should stay in their lane. And, I really think that, for the sake of our community and based on the facts I've described, there are options that I think you should consider, and I don't even think I should have to say them. And what I've said is true, and I think it needs to be said.
And just to clarify, I never said that about the Humane Society. That was something that was mentioned in
Yes,
closed.
you did. You looked me right in the eye and said that.
Could I finish?
We're making it up, Betsy. We're making it up.
Now you're talking about closed session.
Now we're talking about
So
closed
don't-
session.
Please
It's not
don't.
closed session, it's public,
well,
it's
You're
been
talking
disclosed.
about a statement made in closed session.
And it was,
And it wasn't made.
and it was taken, and it's been taken out of.
You know, Susan and I are both saying we heard it.
Let me finish my sentence. Could I finish my sentence?
Sure.
It was totally taken out of context, and
But then address it to the public. Explain it.
well, I'm not going to. I don't think it's appropriate for me to explain something that what I meant in closed sessions, because I see closed session as closed session, and when you reveal what happens in closed session, you're breaking your oath and breking the law.
That's not
And
true.
so
You
that, I
can't
think-
say that, Betsy. You
think-
cannot say the law was
I think
broken.
it's very. Hey, please. Shh. One at a time, please. Okay. Next, we have Larry Steingold, John Drucker, and Carol Smith.
Well, somebody asked me, thank you, Weston, for getting me something on the roads, and I need to meet with you to find out. Congratulations. You've accomplished what Buddy Cianci, you've heard of him from Providence, Daley, you've managed to squelch public conversation. All because, somebody couldn't stay up late, they have a restaurant, too bad. The system says public conversation comes first, public comments. That's what we've had, that's tradition. I've only been here 6 years, but I'm sure it's lasted a long time. We could go to city council meetings every week. You could have less agenda items. This is not a big deal, but you've got a lot of people PO'd, okay? People who would not normally show up. So you've got a few people who show up all the time, but now you've got a lot of people riled up. And not just people who are not supporters of Simply Ojai, even Simply Ojai supporters are annoyed, okay? Because it's suppression of free speech. And you can call it whatever you want, but it's being cute, okay? You move it to the end, people leave. That's what you want, that's what you got, all right? And there's all sorts of unintended consequences from that. Okay, the two things we've done tonight, they're wonderful. Okay, climate, rent, great. But without committees, you're going to have conversations like these for hours and hours and hours to discuss unintended and intended consequences, and consequences you haven't even thought of. I spent 40 years in commercial real estate. I can tell you all sorts of things you're going to see and you'll never see. You may. But all of these things need committees. Have the stakeholders. What are you afraid of? There's nothing wrong with having stakeholders involved deciding this thing, because all of a sudden you're going to have a lot of houses on the market tomorrow for sale. They're going to be taken off the rental market because they'll be gone. You'll have 2-family houses converted to 1-family houses. You'll have these joints condoed. They'll figure out a way. Okay, it's going to be, look, unintended consequences here. You already have high rents. Why not just buy them down? Raise the taxes. They talked about subsidies. That's one of the factors of the housing program. Rent subsidies, rent stabilization, rent control, new construction. It's a whole package. But do it once. We're going to be doing this piecemeal, and nothing will ever get built. But maybe that's what you want. Because for 12 years, nothing's gotten built. But you got Cabarillo, you got Franklin, you got 55 and over, you got Montgomery, you got all these places. All this stuff's going to get built, except you've got lots of regulations here. Why don't you have Steve Quillisi? He's been 2 years going through all the regulations. Why don't you go through all the regulations on the books? Because maybe the city staffers, and no disrespect to the city employees, but they know what's wrong with the regulations. Ask them. They do it every day.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have John Drucker, then Carol Smith, and then Jeffrey Schneider.
Good evening, I'm John Drucker. I was going to pass, but based on what I've heard now, I just want to keep it very brief. Congratulations, Mayor Sticks. You have successfully stifled dissent tonight. Tonight. This issue will not go away, though, because what you did were egregious breaches of your duty. You do not share confidential documents with opposing counsel. You do not collude with opposing counsel to hire a lawyer for your client, the city. Any job, any person in America who did that in any setting would have been fired on the spot. They would not have had a cardboard box on their way out to the parking lot. But you sit here and enjoy this dais because you live by other rules. But this is not going away, I assure you. Thank you.
And just to confirm, Mr. City Attorney, no law was broken.
In which context? That's a broad question, to be honest.
What, Mr. Drucker?
Disclosure. I have a few seconds left.
Wait,
I would
could-
say
could-
that
could you-
Mr. Summers can only do some legal research if the majority of the council instructs him. He had no such instruction to give you any legal opinion on closed sessions or anything else. Just want to make that clear, too.
That I disagree with. The comment regarding breaking the law, disclosure of closed session confidential information is prohibited by law, subject to enforcement under the Brown Act. Disclosure of attorney-client privilege information violates the evidence code provisions. It does not violate the Brown Act's criminal provisions. Two different requirements, two different rules. Attorney-client privilege information versus closed session disclosures.
Okay,
I have
that's all I'm
a
saying.
point of
Next we
order
have-
here,
Next we have
please.
Carol Smith.
To have equal time with this gentleman before this council at some point. Your time is up.
I have a question
next
about
we have Carol
criminality
Smith.
that I need to ask. You have to be charged and convicted, correct? You can't-
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You have to be charged and convicted before you're accused of a criminal act or before you're called a criminal. Charged and convicted.
Wait, didn't you charge and convict two of your fellow council members?
Excuse me. No, I did not. Okay, excuse me. My question was to him.
Excuse me, no
Excuse me.
crosstalk.
My question was to council, and he answered it. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Carol Smith.
Next speaker.
And then is Jeffrey Schneider here? Okay.
I have been on the council a long time. I've worked with Mr. Summers. I worked with Monty Witters. I have never, ever seen what's going on in the council now. I have never, ever seen a lack of fiduciary responsibility to this city. How dare you go talk to the lawyer of a group that is suing the city and ask her for who she'll recommend as a lawyer for the city? That's like asking the farmer to ask the fox, who do you recommend to guard my hen house? How could you do that? It's so egregious, it's beyond the pale. And the only thing I can think of that would restore the integrity of this body and of the people here is if he resigned.
Thank you, Carol. Weston, any comments on Zoom?
Yes, we have 3 raised hands, starting first with Renee, then Bob Kemper, followed by Sabrina Venskis. Renee?
Hello. I am pretty upset about being here at 11 o'clock at night on Valentine's Day. And I definitely feel like the muzzle was put on by you, Mayor Sticks, by changing the order of the meeting and holding the public comments to the end of the meeting. That is uncalled for, and in my opinion, very disrespectful to the public. And sorry, but it really upset me to find that out, that you would even attempt to do something like that. The other thing I want to talk about is I'm very upset about finding out through emails from the Ojai Valley News that Mayor Betsy Sticks twice forwarded confidential attorney-client email discussions about the Becker project to those people representing Simply Ojai, Tom Francis, Leslie Hess, Sabrina Venskes, who are suing the city of Ojai. That is a violation of the Public Records Act and the City Council protocols. The protocols say that you should recuse yourself. You were advised to recuse yourself. You ignored us completely. You disregarded us completely. I ask that you publicly disclose your relationship with Tom Francis, who we know was running your campaign, and Leslie Hess, who we know was working on your election committee as your treasurer. I ask that you disclose that information, that you come clean, and that you honestly represent what your relationship with those people are. And going forward, that you recuse yourself from any discussions having to do with a lawsuit against the city from Simply Ojai. Please do us a favor by not putting us in more jeopardy and disclosing information to attorneys who are looking to overturn the Becker project. I am just incensed that that would happen. It is so upsetting to me. It is so dishonest and it is so disrespectful. And I don't know what the remedy is. I don't know if you should resign or you should just come clean or if recusal is going to be enough. But it's definitely a violation of public trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee.
Next, we have Bob Kemper. Bob, you have the floor.
Thank you. Well, congratulations, Mayor, for successfully stifling or restricting free speech this evening. I know you probably saw me get up and take my 100-year-old mother out of the chambers today because, let's see, 11 p.m. is a little late for her. Congratulations as well to Councilperson Whitman and Lang for allowing this travesty to continue. When I listen to everything that's been said tonight and I reflect on the tone, the tenor, and what's going on in our city, I am just appalled. It goes beyond words. When I see that respected and revered community members, people like Barbara Bowman, Bill Wyrick, Robin Gerber, are prevented or attempted to prevent speaking their truth, I see how desperate you are. I looked at you during the closed session when these people were trying to share, and you were like a deer in the headlights, looking for help from the city attorney, looking for the council to bail you out. There's really no bailing you out here, Mayor. I think that intentionally or otherwise, you've gotten yourself into a very, very difficult situation. As I said a couple times before, I think you've lost the respect of the community. You've lost the ability to govern. Look at all the people that are speaking. Look at all the people that left tonight because you pulled the shenanigans with the agenda. So incredibly transparent. 20 some odd people wrote in asking it to be restored. But naturally you had your two sidekicks to vote along with you to agree with this. I'm disappointed. Councilman Whitman, you're no surprise to me. Councilwoman Lang, I am surprised at you. I thought you were an independent thinker. I did not think that you had yet drank the Simply Ojai Kool-Aid, so to speak. So it's a sad time for our city. We're in real trouble here, and I don't know what the solution is, but I think it's going to take a hell of a lot more than some sort of restorative retreat. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Bob.
Next, we have Sabrina Venskis. Sabrina, you have the floor.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry I couldn't stay. I have children I have to deal with. I think this is a case of you don't know what you got until it's gone. I've attended about 100 city council hearings over the last, I won't say how many decades. And just to give you some perspective, there are some cities that limit the number of people that can actually speak during public comment. Not only do they put public comment at the very end of the agenda, sometimes lasting until 1 a.m., but they don't even let everyone speak. And some of them even limit speakers' comments to 1 minute apiece. And to add to that, they even go so far as to limit the public comment on an agenda item that is where there's two sides, and they limit the amount of time that everybody collectively can speak on the agenda item to 3 minutes per side. I've literally been in city council hearings where there's 50 people on each side that want to speak. And all those people, even though they don't know each other, have to get together and decide who's going to speak on behalf of that side for 3 minutes. People don't understand what they've got here in this council staying up until, God, what time is it? 11:09 to listen to people complain about Betsy Sticks or Rachel Lang or Andy Whitman or the staff. You're lucky you get a chance to speak. You're lucky you have the time that you've been given. I really appreciate the fact that the council got some work done tonight, that we didn't have a circus in front of all these people that came out tonight, in front of the kids that came out tonight. I really appreciate that we got two really important things done. So thank you so much. In terms of the issue of hiring a second opinion on the liability exposure to the city from Becker's threatened lawsuits, I think that that's really good business. And I really appreciate that the city determined that they would hire a very premier environmental land use law firm to give a second opinion. That's just good business. I mean, if you're going to go into some major healthcare issue, you're going to want to get a second opinion. And that's what the city did. And so I think that's good business. And I'm glad that Betsy Sticks led that charge. So I'm not sure what people think or what they're talking about when they're talking about colluding. That's just good business to get a second opinion as to liability exposure. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sabrina. Just wait, any other public comments, Weston?
That's all on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question for Ms. Sabrina Venskis. Do you think it's good public policy to have the opposing attorney give the recommendation for a second opinion? I think a second opinion might be okay, but I think a recommendation from the opposing counsel to get a second opinion from a law firm.
Say this.
Here's the
so
answer.
Ms. Rule, I specialize in environmental and land use law, and I'm known as that in this community. So when I make a recommendation as to different kinds of different firms that someone may want to look into for a second opinion, I actually think that's good business. Now, in terms of my as opposing counsel, let me make very clear that the taxpayers are not paying a damn penny for the defense of the current litigation against the city because there's an indemnity agreement in the development agreement. So the only person that's paying for the defense of this litigation is Becker, not city taxpayers. And that's a very important distinction that needs to be made. This is a small town, okay? When I am making
Thank
a
you.
recommendation.
I think you've answered my question. Thank you very much.
Because you asked me a question. You asked me a question.
Kinda
I would
tired.
think that Mr. Drucker, if he is asked as to who are the best pot attorneys in California, he's going to make a recommendation as to who are the top 3 or 4 pot attorneys in California. That is what you do as an attorney. You make the best recommendations that you can possibly make when somebody is asking for a second opinion.
So are you justifying the fact that you are counsel, you're an opposing, you have a lawsuit against us and you recommended? I mean, I don't know if you know that, but my guess is, coming from a family of lawyers, I wish they were doctors, but they happen to be lawyers, that is an ethical breach. You who have a suit against us, recommended an attorney to our mayor who came in and convinced the council and then didn't tell us where the recommendation came from.
So I'm not going to get into
I mean,
argument
seriously,
with you, Ms. Moore.
I'm
not
through
gonna
with this
get into an
conversation
argument
with you,
you.
but seriously, don't even try.
This is, I guess.
Thank you. I'm done.
Public comment is over. We will move on
Thank
to
you.
council member reports.
Mayor, we have one more raised hand since last update.
Okay.
Megan Smith. Megan, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. I have a few things to say. My family is a multi-generational Ojai family since the 1970s. My husband grew up in the Ojai Valley, went to school here. We've recently moved back. We have a kid in the Ojai Unified School District. And what I would like to say, a few things, is I think the issue is transparency. And so I think for those of us who are joining via Zoom, I've been on since 5 o'clock. I have COVID. I would think it would be interesting if you could add a monitor to your Zoom meeting so you could see how many people joined the Zoom meeting at the beginning of the night and who have left since then. I've been on since you started at 6 o'clock, actively following along with my husband. It's been really, really hard to stay up. Also, I think it would be helpful if you could activate the chat function and also the reaction function during the Zoom meetings so that you can see what people are responding to in discussion. Also, I think it would be helpful for those of us who are kind of getting up to speed if the speakers during public comment and otherwise could disclose their relationship with the council, who are paid members of the council, who are financial supporters of council members, because as I've heard people speaking, I've been a little bit confused about who are advisors, paid advisors on climate change actions. I found it a little bit confusing to understand who are the subject matter experts, who really are the specialists, and who are just advocates, and who are truly community members. And then in closing, I guess I just wanted to add on to what Sabrina, or I think that was her name, who was just speaking. My family, we're a family of attorneys, and I can't understand in any world where you would not disclose a relationship and you would not recuse yourself or state bias before recommending an attorney. That just seems crazy to me. And I'll leave it there. And I appreciate the hard work of everyone, and especially for those who are still there at 11:15 at night. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's all,
Megan.
Mayor.
Okay, thanks. We'll move on to council member reports. Anything to report out? Nope. Okay, city manager report?
The only thing I'm going to report today is the list of items that we have currently scheduled for the next meeting, February 28th. We have the valet parking initiative returning to council on February 28th. We have the building code update with the Building Appeals Board's fire hardening recommendations on February 28th. And let me back up and say the valet parking, we need to bring that back because we have a legal deadline that we need to respond to that by. The building code update, we need to, we're trying to do that timely because it involves improvements to the building code, including fire hardening, which is critical. Item 3 is is a request. Actually, this one is a little bit different, but a request from the Parks and Recreation Commission to who feels to this point that they've been kind of cut out of the Sewell Park discussions, and they're asking the council to now that the prior council committee to discuss Sewell Park and negotiate the Sewell Park agreement with the county. They're asking the council to authorize the Parks and Rec Commission to now get involved and to kind of take that role on, so that that item's coming back. Item 4 is the REACH codes coming back for the second reading, and then with the information that was requested from today. And at this point, we have a kind of a maybe 5th item, which is the council workshop coming back if it needs to come back. And so that's a pretty heavy agenda, and 2 of those items are coming back from this meeting. One is moving forward to the second reading, but two of them are coming back from this meeting. So again, we have a backlog of items, and we've got to get through some of these items to get to the ones. The Affordable Housing Committee is on the list. It's our council process to date has been first in, first out, so to speak. And some of those items are further down the list at this point. So those are the five items currently scheduled for February 28th.
Question?
Thank you, James.
I thought I had an agenda item on for the 28th. I thought we talked about that.
I'm not aware of an agenda item on for the 28th.
Are you kidding?
Correct.
No. A motion to put an agenda item on the Souza Francina, seconded?
So you informed me last week on Thursday or Friday that you were reconsidering that request.
I was reconsidering the motions of the request, but not the request.
So you can request an item to be on an agenda, and then it's up to the council to
No, it's
schedule
not. It is not up to the council to decide. It is up to the city manager in consultation with the mayor. You and I had a discussion about that. I offhandedly said I was reconsidering the motions, not that I was reconsidering that I wanted that item on the agenda.
So if you're still requesting the item for the
I
agenda,
am.
then I would request it to the council. We just talked about the items that are currently scheduled.
So
And
you
then
would push off my item? Is that what I'm?
It's not
Majority
my,
vote
it's-
will control.
It's not my decision.
No, actually, it's not. It is the city manager in consultation with the mayor decides on the items. And what you're saying is that I now need to get council vote to put this item on. Is that what you're telling me?
To guarantee it on the February 28th agenda.
Okay.
There's a distinction between
No,
on the agenda and time.
I understand
Two
that.
can put it on the agenda. That has been done. To control the time is 3.
And we have a backlog
I
of
understand
15
that.
plus
I
items
understand,
at this point.
Right, I understand that.
Mhm.
I understand all of that. But there are some items on that are not nearly as timely. And we did have a discussion, and you did say it would be on the 28th. That is what you told me.
When you first asked what's the
Yes.
process, I gave you a
yes.
process to get it on the 28th. That process hasn't been followed to this point. So
What process? I'm sorry, my process or your process?
the city
3
process.
votes.
No, it doesn't take 3 votes to get an agenda item
No,
on.
it takes 3 votes to get it on a guaranteed date.
Okay, so
Those are 2 different
right.
things.
So herein lies the problem. You can keep pushing that to infinity if I don't get 3 votes.
It's not me pushing it.
Well, whatever.
So it's based on first in, first out. That's the policy that the city has always practiced. And that item would go on the list, but if you want it expedited, it needs to have a majority.
It was
support.
on the list.
It is.
It was on
remains
the
on
list.
the list, but not for the 28th.
Yeah.
You can move it up to the 28th, but it takes 3 votes.
We have 15 plus
And I would
items.
just simply,
15
you might make
plus.
a
You know,
motion to
come
set
on.
it for the 28th.
Come on. Come on. All right, well, I'm going to, Sousa's gone. She's already out of here. You and I talked about this. You didn't say I needed 3 votes
Yeah,
on
we've,
the council.
we talked about a lot of things lately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. We did talk about a lot of things lately, but you told me it would be on the 28th. That is what you told me. You didn't say that it would be on there if I didn't have a bunch of other things to put on there and then I would bring it in front of the council. What you told me was it would be on there on the 28th. That's what you told me. Now, you know, and now here I am, and once again, you know, I've just been blindsided, right? Totally.
Well, just to, the protocol is we have a long list of agenda items, and the city manager keeps that list, and when additional items are added, they're added to the bottom of the list, because we take them in order. So
And every
that's-
council member has an opinion on which item's timely, and the way to get that decision
And-
is a majority of the council decides which
Correct. Any
items are
council
timely.
member can force it higher with 3 votes.
Okay, all right.
James Vega told me it would be on the list on the 28th. That's what he told me. So he did not say we would bring it to council. That's what he told me.
That's not correct.
I think it is.
Move to
I
adjourn.
mean, okay, I'd like to second that move. Okay, all right, so thank you all for being here. Thanks for staying. Good night.